2022. We're going to call the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Chair Ford.
Present. We got one item, presentation on Center for Employment Opportunities, all council districts, requested by Councilman Jones. I'm going to turn it over to you, Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Colleagues, a couple of weeks ago, Mrs. Patience Lewis Walker and I have known each other 15 or more years here. And she reached out to me and gave me an overview of what she's doing these days. And I thought that it would be helpful for the council to do, to also witness this particular presentation. I know that from time to time, some of our colleagues have come in and highlighted different nonprofit organizations. They're with a number of organizations, we cannot be, we don't know all of them that are out there, but I just think that some of the work that's taking place in our community, it would be helpful for the council to see some of the work that's taking place. And so with that, I asked them to, although our presentation was a little bit longer, we had a little bit more time. I asked them if they can come by and provide a condensed version of what took place during that. And so I want to turn it over to them. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it.
If you would hit the green light, well, the button right there to make sure that your mic is on.
And then give your name and address, please.
Patience Lewis Walker.
Yes.
My address is 1372 Island Town Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. I thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk about the work that Center for Employment Opportunities is doing here in Memphis. I am the Deputy Executive Director for Center for Employment Opportunities. I provide oversight. I'm based here in Memphis, provide oversight for our work in 12 different cities across the United States. This is my colleague, Brandon Cox. He is the site director here in Memphis, so he manages the day-to-day operations of CEO and leads our efforts here. So we just want to start, I think, are we connected to? Yes, perfect. CEO's mission is to provide immediate, effective, and comprehensive employment services exclusively for individuals who are justice impacted. Our vision is that anyone with a criminal record who wants to work has the preparation and support that they need to find a job and to stay connected to the labor force. So we believe that everyone, regardless of their past, deserves the chance to shape a stronger future for themselves, for their family, and their communities. CEO started as a demonstration project with the Vera Institute in the 70s and for 20 years solely operated in New York City. After undergoing a rigorous third-party evaluation using a randomized control trial model, the results that yielded were so impactful that, the organization knew that we had to provide these services in a greater scale across the United States. So we focused on the states that had the highest number of people returning home from incarceration. And today, we are in 31 cities across 12 states in the United States. We launched our office here in Memphis about 4 years ago, and Brandon is going to share in a little bit more about our work happening here locally. But first, I'd just like to walk you guys through our actual program model. So this model is evidence-based. In every city where we work, it's tweaked based on, the dynamics in that city. All of our offices are run by local, individuals in the workforce development community. So very localized model, or very localized work on a national scale. But this model is run with fidelity across all of our 31 sites. Our participants are referred to CEO, and pretty quickly they begin a 2-day paid readiness orientation called Pathways to Employment. Or P2E, and that's where we're able to provide some training and orientation to our participants. But during those couple of days, our staff is working to ensure that the participants are receiving the necessary work documentation, because at the end of that orientation, we give them a pair of steel-toed boots, a CEO ID, and we hire them as one of our employees. So pretty immediately after becoming connected to CEO, they start to work on our social enterprise, on a transitional work crew. So those crews are providing a variety of labor and maintenance services for different public and private sector partners. Brandon's going to share more about the work that we've been doing in Memphis over the last 4 years. But just for a little context, we have 5 to 10 participants on each crew. They're working 3 to 4 days a week. And at the end of each day, they're evaluated by a site supervisor on just basic work skills such as showing up on time, cooperation, taking instruction, working as a team. They get that feedback every day, and they also get a paycheck every single day that they work. So we're able to, at the end of their shift, pay them on an electronic pay card that they get to make that immediate. One, we know the barriers exist and people need that income when they're coming home. It's like one of the most vulnerable stages of their lives. So we're able to do that daily. And it also makes the connection of a day's work to a day's pay for individuals who haven't ever worked or haven't worked in a very long time. So while they're on that transitional work crew, they're meeting with a job coach and they're doing just case management and job readiness. And so what that job coach is doing is identifying all the barriers that person has to becoming successfully employed. That may look like helping someone secure job interview clothes, updating their resume, knowing if to answer the conviction question if it comes up in an interview and how to answer that. There are also things that they're working on like planning for transportation and childcare. Anything that creates a barrier from that person, really maintaining that job. Once they are what we call job start ready, they continue on the crew and then they start working with a job developer who is actually building relationships in the business community so that as they're meeting employers, they can communicate with that employer and say, like, this person works for my company, they are punctual, they get great marks from their supervisor, they would make an excellent member of your team. That's the value of being their employer of record. In a lot of ways, we can advocate and vouch for that employment. So once they're in that permanent job, they then move into retention. So we provide 12 additional months of service where we're able to provide coaching on just how to navigate the workplace. Anyone new to any kind of work environment needs that extra support on things like negotiating their salary, negotiating a raise, advocating for a promotion, maybe even additional training to upskill and market themselves better. And if they lose that job for whatever reason, they can come back on the work crew and start working again, and then we place them in another job. We can go to the next slide. So I mentioned that CEO underwent an independent evaluation by MDRC, where our model was proven to significantly reduce recidivism by 22.4%. We also, during that study, learned that CEO was able to generate taxpayer savings. So our core model of who we serve are those who are at a high risk of recidivating and those who are recently released. That is who our program is most successful with because it's really they're at that most vulnerable stage. In that instance, for every dollar spent on CEO services, we're able to provide $3.30 in taxpayer savings. Additionally, we just had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with the leadership at Slingshot Memphis. So that's an organization locally that evaluates the impact that local organizations make around poverty fighting. And those results, I think they'll be printed soon, but what we learned through that is in several of the domains, CEO scored really high. Specifically when it comes to cost-benefit analysis, we scored greater than a 2.0. So that means for every dollar that CEO spends, we create $2 in estimated poverty fighting benefits. So we're evidence-based, we're research-based, and we do have, that cost benefit, that value of the work and the services that we provide. That's the next one. So our funding model is pretty interesting. It's one of the things that drew me to CEO, having done this work for about 20 years, is really looking at how you sustain the work that you're doing. We have a mix of private and public funding from Department of Labor, from the SNAP Employment and Training Program, different private sector partners. But we also, the core of our funding is really the core of our model, which is a social enterprise. So that earned revenue is a significant part of our budget. And across the United States and the offices that we work, we have a variety of partners in both the public and private sector where we provide those crew-based services. So what that looks like is anything from warehousing work to construction sites to landscaping and blight management. And the lift for a crew partner, for instance, we're working in the city of New Orleans doing blight management in properties in the lower 9th Ward that have not been touched since Katrina. And so they gave us 90 days to go in and do some right-of-way work and really, really intense blight management, and we were able to finish that job on task and on budget. And so actually with a couple of days to spare, which is like amazing. But yeah, I think like it's the scope of being able to provide a service to a partner that really is like not a heavy lift on that partner. Because like any other contractor, we are insured, we provide our own workers' comp, we provide transportation for our participants. So if they're on a work site, we're picking them up, taking them to that job site, making sure they're there on time, and taking them home in the evenings. And that's it. I'll turn it over to Brandon to talk more about our work here in Memphis.
So since we've
And Brandon, your name and address for the record, please.
sorry, Brandon Cox, 6443 Donley Drive, Memphis, Tennessee. So since we've opened, I'm sorry about that. Let me take this. So since we've opened in April of 2018, we've been able to partner with the City of Memphis Parks Division, the Tennessee Department of Transportation, the Ingram Micro Distribution Center, a private contractor by the name of Square One, and now the Klondike Smoky City Community Development Corporation. Some of our work, majority of our work has been outside landscaping, litter abatement, blight reduction. As we spoke about in our City of New Orleans office, we've been able to handle blight at I want to say like at a really good rate. As you can see in these pictures above, some of the work that we've done with the Klondike Smoky City Community Development Corporation, we've been handling properties there since August of 2021. And we've also been able working with the Parks Division. So we work with Parks since 2018. Sorry, I'm backtracking a little bit. But the work that we've done there, we've been tasked with working with the newest parks, the Blue Cross Blue Shield, David Carnes Park, Cape Bond Park, working our way from Westwood to Whitehaven, all the way to Cordova. We've been handling these crews Monday through Friday, some weekend crews as well, being able to pay our participants daily and give them work experience while they're working on these crews and give them additional skills so they can be more employable while they're getting out in the workforce. This, of course, the work that we do really helps our participants with the daily pay. That really helps them in being busy and to provide an avenue to not recidivate, if that makes any sense at all. And this work itself, it helps our participants because some of them go from working on our transitional job crews to actually working for CEOs. So we do the work that we're talking about. We have our participants working on these crews, going from being participants to retention specialists to business account managers, working in full-time vocational roles on our programs. And here's another crew, our Atlanta crew that's partnered with South River Gardens to provide blight cleanup in the South Side area of Atlanta as well. And so since we've opened, we've been able to enroll 415 participants in the Memphis and Shelby County area. We've employed 336 participants on our transitional job crews. Overall, since the beginning, our placements have been at $13.60. But I would say in this year alone, there's been an uptick of what we've been able to place our participants in full-time jobs. It's been upward above a livable wage. So our participants right now are making $17 and above while being placed in the full-time jobs that we place them in. More than 60% of our participants are receiving SNAP benefits, those employment and training benefits. That also helps them pay for their food and daily costs, as well as receiving those daily pay again. Majority of our participants are considered are not what we consider to be young adults, which range from 18 to 30. 40% of our participants do not have high school degrees, and 48% of them, as the highest level, is a high school diploma or a GED. Prior to CEO, more than 3/4 of our participants do not have any prior work experience prior to joining our transitional job crews.
For us, if you all have any questions.
Dr. Warren, name is Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. What percentage of your local workforce that work for your company are people who are justice challenged or have been incarcerated?
100%.
So everybody who's working for you?
Yes, sir. All of them are either on probation or parole or have some previous background.
You mean participants or the staff?
Staff.
The staff.
Staff. 50%.
That's great. All right, thank you very much. It's an incredible program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, how many individuals do you have employed right now? Not just staff, but participants with your work. I just want to know what typical.
Are you saying like, are we like being limited to this fiscal year or just in
This
total?
right now, today, if you had to say how many participants, how many do you have?
We've placed 38 participants into full-time jobs.
Okay, but right
So
now.
right now on crew.
Right now on
Right.
crew.
Right now. like-
Oh, okay. 21.
21. Okay, is that what you average usually? How much? How
No,
many?
I think, so our unit of metrics for who we can serve is heavily dependent on those transitional work crews, which is one of the reasons why we're here, is to make sure, like, to just see the opportunities that might exist. So for every crew that we have, in a 12-month period, we're able to serve between 50 and 65 individuals. It's not a cohort model, so people come in, they work, and transition through that model I described at their own pace. Typically, a person is in that work crew phase about 2.5 to 3 months. Is that about right, Brandon? Yeah. So right now we're kind of low in our service because we just have the one crew. We started when we launched in Memphis in 2018. We launched with the city parks crew. When COVID hit, we saw a huge divestment, not just in Memphis, but in other areas of, just folks not being sure about how they were going to spend their funding. And so we were never able to really re-engage the city around that work. But I think like during COVID to that point, we were able to be creative with the private sector, and we still were operating, we were still working, about how many people did we serve like in
2020 and 2021?
Yeah.
Say it was probably like 130.
Yeah, so we did we had some hiccups, but we were still able to really work through that and provide services, just shifting the way that we work.
I got one other question.
Yes, ma'am.
How are participants made aware of your program, or how do they come into your program?
We go out to the local Tennessee Department of Tennessee Department of Corrections probation offices to inform individuals of our program. It is completely optional, so they're not forced to come in. We also meet with Shelby County Pretrial Services as other local criminal justice organizations.
I think we formed a really good network with the reentry system too, so we still Brandon is in constant communication with the Office of Reentry and with organizations like Lifeline to Success. And so we know that we are not the end all be all in reentry. We serve a specific core group of people. When people come to us and they're not a good fit, we refer them to other partners. When other partners receive participants that would be a better fit for CEO, we do that referral back and forth.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your information. Thank you for your service.
Councilman Jones?
Yeah, the last thing, colleagues, before we wrap up, I just, going back to the participant statistics where 40% do not have a high school degree, and 48% is their highest, for 48%, their highest level of attainment is the GED. When we look at, we've made some progress as a society in not punishing people again for their past service, but I would still think that a challenge for individuals who have been part of the system is coming out and having gainful employment. And I think that can very well be what helps them from committing other offenses to get them back in the situation that they found themselves in. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Cox and Mrs. Patience.
Yeah. Councilman Warren?
It's got to do with the age of the average age. It looks like you're getting a more mature group, or these people who've been in for a long time and finally get out, and as opposed to our younger sort of in and out group as far as crime offenses is concerned.
I would say there's a mix. When we initially opened, majority of our participants were 18 to 31. For the first 2 years, maybe up until the second year of the pandemic, and recently it's been a change. So more now are older individuals that did like a decade or more that have been incarcerated.
I think with the pandemic sort of getting at least under some control that you may start to see younger people again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Appreciate y'all coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no
meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Dr. Warren? Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Ford? Chair Jones?
Here. Colleagues, we have 6 items on the agenda, and we'll take them in the way that they are presented, in the order in which they are presented. The first is a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 22 grant allocations, all council districts. This is sponsored by Councilman Ford, and there's a request for same night minutes. Councilman Ford. Okay, it has been moved and seconded by Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford.
Okay, balance of my money that I had at 51, want to give it the same to, and I am included, that's the youth service program.
Great. So thank you for that. All those in favor of this item, please indicate such by saying aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Yes, it's done with same night minutes. Next, colleagues, we have a resolution amending the fiscal year 22 general operating fund budget for parks. This is all council districts sponsored by the administration. Ms. Walker, good morning. Welcome. Chief and Director, good morning.
Good morning, council members. How are you today?
Great.
Thank you. So the resolution before you is, again, one of those that I'm most happy to bring to you. Sorry, Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis. This is a budget neutral adjustment to our adopted budget for FY22. Thankfully, we have had an incredible restoration of activities that has, we've had increased revenue, which of course we never complain about, right, on our budget, but it's also causing us to have increased expenses related to those revenues, and the resolution before you is to bring an adjustment to those. And if you have any specific questions about the particular activities, Director Walker's right here.
Well, first, can I have a motion for this item?
I move it.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. Colleagues, any questions? Councilwoman Johnson.
It's kind of broad what you just said, so I would like to get a little bit more detail for those definitely listening as well as myself.
Sure. And again, I also brought back up, so Thomas Carrier, who's the general manager of the stadium, is here as well, if you have any specific questions. But more broadly, when we budgeted for FY22, we were coming off of 2020, which, I mean, we were averaging less than 12,000 fans in the stands in 2020. So we budgeted very conservatively, both on the expenses and on the revenue side. We saw, as Fred Jones told you earlier this year, probably one of the most successful Southern Heritage Classics that we've had in the last 10 years. We had decent numbers throughout the rest of the season. And so you combine that with unexpected events. For instance, we're about to kick off Memphis in May. Beale Street Music Festival will be at the stadium, on the grounds. So all of that led to increased revenue. But as Chief Ford said, that comes with an offset in cost. We have to have more people in there to do custodial work, more people to sell stuff, more people to do parking, et cetera. So those two things balance out with the amounts that are shown.
I still have another question.
Sure.
But wasn't all that anticipated in the budget? I mean, what
No, ma'am.
was
I mean,
new?
because if you remember the timing of it, think about where we were roughly a year ago today. Coming off of the worst year probably in the last 30 years of the stadium's history. And so there was no way of knowing what the next week's COVID numbers were going to look like, much less 6 months later when football season kicked off. So, again, from a fiscal standpoint, it made sense for us to budget off of the previous year's activity instead of trying to forecast in the future a turnaround like we've seen in the last 18 months.
Okay.
And council, I'll add, this is specific to the Liberty Bowl activities. So on that grounds, this is not our other areas. It's not our golf courses or anything. This is very specific to this. And as you can see, there's an incredible, we're going to be able to recognize, $3.5 million in revenue that we did not budget for because we were not expecting activities
At
in
that
that
particular
activity.
site.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
you want to be just using that revenue,
It's-
but I just think you would have known Memphis in May was coming up. You didn't think Memphis in May was going to
So,
be at the fairground?
but think about,
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
yeah, think about where
I
we
know,
are.
but I'm talking about your budget though.
Yeah, but when we were, just for
I'm just asking
clarification.
questions,
No,
people,
no,
for clarity.
absolutely. Just imagine, when we start developing the budget for the fiscal year, we start in January. In January, nothing was happening. We had not had a Liberty Bowl. Numbers were the highest they had been during the pandemic. So as we went into the FY22, who knew what that was going to look like? And as you know, most of you have gotten very accustomed to me now. I am very conservative when it comes to revenues. I can always come back and tell you that I have more revenues, right? So this is just bringing, thankfully, the restoration and the normalization of those activities, because we were able to have Liberty Bowl this year. We were able to have other activities on that site, and it is specific. All of this is very specific to that site.
Well, now, as a
Thank
follow-up to yours, Ms. Johnson,
Thank
I would think that when we look at the budget going forward, it would be reflective of 3.5 more or additional revenue than what it was for the last fiscal year, if not more.
As you will see this afternoon.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councilman Warren.
Yes. I just, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but a lot of this COVID sort of just blends into one big blur. And if you think about where we were at this time last year, we were just coming off that alpha surge, okay, which was the worst, hospitalizations and shutdown that we had. And then last summer, we ended up having another Delta surge. So we had that surge come through, and it was just ending. And then we had the recent Omicron. So it's sort of like in between these surges, I think what happened is we as a society gradually learned how to function with this better, and we're able to open up more things. But I don't think we could predict it at that time. And, I prefer to have excess revenues as opposed to excess expenses. And bring me more problems like this if you could. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Sorry. Ms. McGowan, good morning.
Good morning, Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer. I just wanted to add for context that I would suggest in the big picture, this is a normalization. So we went from an abnormal year where we had very low revenues to this is getting back to a more normal situation. Councilwoman Johnson, I just wanted to mention to her that in April of last year, it wasn't even certain whether the Tom Lee Park would be under construction this past fall or whether they were going to wait for one more year. So, and then after it was decided, Memphis and May, we worked with them, and they had a number of options they were considering. And so they didn't really land on an option until we were well into budget. So they had a number of different options. And quite frankly, last year at this time, we weren't certain whether we were going to be able to have a festival. We went from having a limit of 3,000 or 4,000 people in the stadium to we can't have anybody to you can go if you're masked. So we changed quite a bit, as Councilman Warren said, based on medical advice. And thanks again, Dr. Warren, for all of your help in that. But it really was a time of uncertainty. And so I guess I remember the discussion with Chief Ford, and we just said we should plan for no events to happen. Because we just don't know. I certainly don't want to plan on revenue and then come back to you and say, whoops, we were $3 million off because we thought we'd make money and we didn't. So, again, I think this is coming back to a more normalized approach to the budget.
I appreciate that. I think what we sometimes forget is people are listening to these meetings, and I bump into that all the time. And they want clarity. If we can find $3.5 million, hey, I got something we can use that money for. So if you want to turn around and put it back in the stadium, let's make sure we explain to them exactly why we're doing it, how it came about, and the thought process. And I appreciate your explanation, but that's why I raised the question.
That's an excellent
Thank you,
point.
Chair.
Excellent point, Councilwoman. This is one of those things where if you don't plan on any revenue because you don't have any events, you also don't have any expenses. But as soon as people know they can show up, now we start incurring expenses with people that we're hopeful that the stadium helps pay for. So I appreciate you reminding us of that we need to explain these things. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Ford, any questions? Councilman Warren? My next thing, my question is, can you just elaborate a little bit more on the miscellaneous professional services that this 3.5 will encompass?
Sure, and I can bring up Thomas. I mean, if you'd like super specifics, but generally speaking, all of the work that is done there is on a contract basis. So the custodial crews, the folks that provide security, the folks that are ticket takers, most of the concessions, all of the landscaping work is done. If Thomas, I believe there's a staff of 6 full-time employees that work at the stadium. So everything else that is done there is done on a contract basis. Repairs to the HVAC systems, any carpentry work that's done to make repairs to gates, et cetera. So again, through the normal wear and tear of the facility, all that stuff has to be done. And the more people you have there, the more those costs go up.
But this is still, too, going to encompass the grounds of Tiger Park to accommodate for Memphis in May, the barbecue.
Yes, sir. Tiger
Music
Lane,
Fest. Gotcha.
the entire property. So basically, Parkway to Hollywood, Southern to Central.
Great. Okay. If there are no other questions, I'll take a vote on this item. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Next, we have an ordinance fixing the tax rate of the city of Memphis for fiscal year 2023, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. I will entertain a motion on this item. Okay. It has been moved and seconded. Chief Ford.
Good morning, council. I know it's going to be a long day for you. We have a lot of exciting things to talk about today, and among those are the next 4 resolutions. They're all related. These are the standard resolutions that come before you each and every year. The first one that you've called out is fixing the tax rate. As you know, last year we went through a reappraisal, and in your documents related to this ordinance, which must go through before it's 3 readings, you will find the certification of our recapture rate from last year. And if you remember, our certified tax rate last year was $2, and then it has to go out to decimal points. It's 2.713049. After the calculations that have come through from the state assessment and through our local assessor, that recapture rate from the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury has been established at $2, and that's 2.701640. So a slight decrease. The calculations, for those who are listening, the calculations on the next page shows you how we got from one rate down to the recapture rate. And this is the rate that has been established by the Tennessee Comptroller's Office of the Treasury. And this is the rate that, barring any other circumstances from council, we would move forward through for our FY23 year.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
Can you go through recapture rate and the reason that we have one?
Oh, well, that's a very complicated question. So every 4 years, we go through a reappraisal of the properties. And as our former councilwoman can attest to, that just as it presents a new value related to the properties. We cannot raise our taxes just because the value of your property went up. So it is a calculation to estimate the same amount of revenue that would come into the city based on the new assessment. So that calculation, if you remember, I think our rate last year was 3.19. I'm sorry, I'm calling that from memory. But this calculation required the rate itself to be lowered in order to estimate the same amount of revenue that would come into the city from the taxpayers.
So essentially what we've done is we've maintained the same amount of money coming in, and we're giving a lower tax rate because the property value has gone up.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and the administration is not asking for any sort of tax increase or any problems, any new programs or anything at this point.
No, sir.
So this is a tax neutral rate.
This is a tax neutral rate as calculated by our state comptroller's office.
Thank
Yes, sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Chief Ford, looking at the capital pay-go as well as the debt service, as far as the debt service, is that amount the same from last year?
Yes. Calculates the same amount of revenue. Yes,
Right.
sir.
And so, and that the same can be said for the capital pay-go, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
My concern, particularly with the capital pay-go, is that interest rates are rising. Our borrowing costs are going to be greater. This capital pay-go, colleagues, is like our savings account. We can, if our interest rates are going up on our credit cards, we may be more apt to use cash for those type of purposes. So I would think that looking, and nobody knows, well, I saw something that came on my phone today talking about perhaps the next increase can be 75 basis points that the Fed does. So that's taking interest rates 0.75% higher. And so I guess I would think that nobody knows where this interest rate increase is where it's gonna stop. I would hope that we put more into our savings account to anticipate what would be greater borrowing costs, a higher borrowing costs. So as we are, just going back to our personal households, if you know that you're gonna pay more interest rate on your credit card, you want more cash to do so. But this right here does not put more money in our savings account to do so. And I would hope that we have that in mind as we have some of the discussions in budget. Any other questions for colleagues? Okay. All those now this is, so right now this is, it'll go through its primary or its customary course of action, but if there are no questions, all those in favor of fixing the tax rate for the city of Memphis for the fiscal 23, all those in favor of this item, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That item passes. Next, we have an ordinance to appropriate the proceeds of the tax levy on the assessed values on all properties of every species within the city limits of general purposes for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 inclusive, together with all collections from privileged license fees, fines, permits, charges, revenue receipts of the city of Memphis for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 inclusive, to provide the manner in which monies may be transferred from one fund to another, and to provide the standard code of designations under which the appropriations are to be administered and accounting control maintained. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Is there a motion on this item? Okay, has been moved. Who's the second? We have the second. Chief Ford, if you can expound on this item, please.
Thank you, council. Again, this is just setting the documents in place for the budget development and discussion through council. As you can see, the amounts in this document are at zero, and once the final budget is approved, this ordinance will be filled in with the amounts that are approved by council and submitted to the state as our appropriation ordinance for the fiscal year for spending. So this is just kind of the normal documents we go through, but it's setting the stage, putting those in there so that we have the proper number of readings that will happen. And as you know, at the end, when the budget is finalized, this ordinance will be populated with your approved numbers and presented for final reading.
Any questions, colleagues? Okay. All those in favor of this item, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, we have a resolution for City of Memphis Capital Improvement Program, fiscal year 2023, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Is there a motion? It has been moved and seconded. Chief Ford.
Thank you, council. Again, this is a placeholder for the capital improvement budget that will come up for the fiscal year. This is to put the resolution out there, knowing that once the council has had the committee hearings and has approved the final CIP budget, the final CIP budget will be attached to this document, and it will become our formal operating resolution for the fiscal year.
Colleague, Councilman Warren.
Is there a reason that we have an ordinance on 4 and a resolution on 5,
Yes, we're required by law to have an ordinance for our operating budget.
but not for our CIP?
We are not required to have an ordinance for our capital improvement program.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Seeing no further questions on that item, all those in favor of item number 5, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The ayes have it. Next, we have a resolution for the city treasurer to prepare 2022 tax bills for state-assessed properties. All council districts, this is sponsored by the administration. Okay, has been moved and seconded. Chief Ford.
Thank you, council. Again, this is setting the stage for what will happen regardless of this rate that is set for the fiscal year. We do not receive the assessment for state-assessed properties until after the tax bills has gone out. This resolution allows the city treasurer's office to produce tax bills at whatever the passage rate is for the current fiscal year, and then gives them the authority to adjust the tax rates for the state-assessed property upon receipt of the assessment, which usually occurs in December of the year, obviously long after our tax bills have gone out.
Councilman Warren, looks like you have a question.
Mr. Chair. So essentially what we're doing is allowing our treasurer to send out tax bills based on new assessments? Or why is that needed every year? Why is that not just standard operating procedure? Is it a law that says we have to do this annually?
We have to have your approval to change a tax bill based on a rate. And so what this allows our treasurer's office to do is go ahead and send out the bills in July that are due then at the end of August. And then in December, when we received the state assessment for these state-assessed properties, it could go up or down. And so this resolution just allows the treasurer to either bill additional state-assessed property taxes or provide refunds for state-assessed property taxes, but it allows us to go ahead, get our bills out, and get the revenue in.
I didn't realize that we had state property taxes.
Yes,
I thought we had local.
We have state-assessed properties, yes.
Is that for every resident in the city?
No,
Or is that
no.
for us as what we own as a city?
It is for the state-assessed properties. It is like your train stations, your public utilities, crossings, those types of areas. And those are assessed by the state.
And who pays those? The city pays those or the residents pay
The
those?
state pays those.
The state pays us taxes?
Yes. They appraise it, that value.
And
Yes.
then who pays the tax?
The state pays the tax. So those are,
Chief Ford, the owners of those properties?
the owners, I'm sorry, the state assesses those property areas, and they could have a very different tax rate or assessment than what we have. This allows the treasurer to bill, the owners of those properties, the difference in that assessed value.
Okay,
Sorry.
we can talk offline. You can explain more to me, but
Okay.
I'm still trying to thank you. Okay.
What I
Thank you.
think would be helpful for everybody is an idea of what some of these state-assessed properties are. Okay.
Yes. We can bring you a list of
Okay.
the state assessed properties so that,
Right, but yeah, it would be the owners that pay it, but
correct.
like I said, it would be helpful to know what those are.
Certainly, we can get that for you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions on this item, all those in favor of item number 6, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it on that. Colleagues, Chief Director Walker requested same night minutes for item number 2. That was the $3.5 million for those grounds. So if there's no objection, we'll have those to go downstairs with same night minutes. No objection? Okay, great. Is there any other business to come before this committee?
The roll.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Johnson. And Vice Chair Warren.
Present.
Sure thing. Michael Fulton, 162 Riverwalk Place, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. Currently, I am Director of Government Affairs and Business Diversity at the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority. Prior to that, spent 10 years working on Capitol Hill for a member of Congress on the House and House Transportation Infrastructure Committee. I was his legislative aide, working with aviation and transit policy. During those 10 years, I was a daily rider on public transit. The reason I want to be on the Matter Board, serve on the Matter Board, I'm an advocate of transit. I support transit. I think we should have a world-class transit system here. And quite frankly, I don't like driving to work every day. I would love to be able to ride the bus to work, to go get my groceries, to go to the doctor, just like many of our other community residents. And I want to give that opportunity to them to not be dependent on transportation of a car. So that's a few reasons why I want to serve.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Yes. Ayes have it.
All right, thank you.
Is this on? There we go. I'm Michelle McKissick, 171 Harbor Village Drive, Memphis 38103, and I am currently the chair of the board for Memphis Shelby County Schools. And I've been riding the city bus, as we used to call it, since I was a little girl, going to school here in Memphis. And I have 4 children, and I put all 4 of them, or 3 of them. I put the boys. My little girl, she's only 11, so she hasn't ridden by herself yet. But I just believe in public transit and how it's integral to a world-class city. And I want to see Memphis become more of that and provide that resource to our students. I remember taking the city bus home from cheerleading practice when I was in high school. And so just to add that flexibility, and we need to our youth or our future and help them understand that it's this mode of transportation is, it can give you the freedom to do all sorts of things, whether you have a car or not. You can still participate in after school activities and just get about the city. So I just want to be a part of making MATA stronger, better, and I've really enjoyed my time on the board.
Mr. Carl.
Thank you for your service in both roles, both a heavy lift. My question for you is more in both capacities, what partnerships do you think could be available between MATA and the Memphis Shelby County school systems? We are deploying on-demand rides. We've had discussions in the past about how MATA could supplement, really complement the current busing system. Some of that is tied up in state law, but do you see an opportunity for the Memphis Shelby County school system to participate in a manner that would be financial, but to benefit back to the students, such as like on-demand rides, like to and from school?
I think that's a great idea, and it's something that we instituted a few years ago, right before the pandemic, where we supported and helped fund bus passes for our students. And I was there at the schools as we were handing them out at Hamilton and also at White Station. So I'd like to see us get back to something like that. And now that MATA has expanded in terms of its on-demand rides, that is something that could be really beneficial for high school students and perhaps maybe even middle school students.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I'd love to see that program come back in a more robust way. It's funny too. I'll make one more brief comment. It's general for all of our reappointees to the board. Is a lot of commentary out in the county these days about why they should support something that doesn't have a bus stop in front of their house. And the simple reason is you can't have an area economy unless you're supporting the entire area, and they're interrelated, much like our students are, including the municipal school systems out there. Not everybody that goes to municipal schools out there has access to reliable transportation day in and day out. And so I really hope that as they start to press Memphis for regionalism when it comes to sewer and sanitary systems, they understand that we need regionalism when it comes to bus riding as well. So all the rhetoric out there from the county that we're not going to support a regional transit system is foolhardy and foolish. And so I appreciate your thoughts on that, and I look forward to hoping the partnership comes together between the Shelby County School Board and MATA. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
For the record, let us know. How will that affect your ability? Because I was looking at your.
Really? That's odd. I have, I think now we're talking about adjusting the MATA board meetings because they had been happening right before our school board meetings on the exact same day from 3 to 5, and then their school board meetings start at 5:30, and a lot of times there are events prior to that. But
we'll give you the data, and you can look at that and see. But I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be a problem, because I know being president of the school board takes a lot of time.
I imagine you would know.
Yeah, well, I don't. Yeah, I can tell you, I've seen it. I have never been president of the school board, but I know it's more than just being on the board. So I appreciate you doing that and just checking your attendance and see how that works.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you again for your service. Let's have a vote on this. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The chair is aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 3 is the reappointment of Ms. Sheila Williams to the Memphis Area Transit Authority, requested by administration. A motion and a second, please. Moved and by Smiley, seconded by Canale. Ms. Williams, thank you for being here. Do you have any comments?
I do. Sheila Williams, 982 Tully Street. I've served on the board since 2004. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve on our public transit board. I've been in the community as an activist, as an organizer for more than 10 years. I'm currently with a nonprofit, Whole Child Strategies, which we have a partnership with MATA, where we give the residents access to fresh food and vegetables. Those are the residents of 38107 and 108 in Klondike and Smoky City. It's been a great partnership. The grocery store closed in their area, and this partnership just came right on time, being more community driven. But I'm with you, Commissioner Carlisle. I definitely look forward to MATA becoming a regional system. I started out as a transit dependent rider. We started the first bus riders union where I was co-chair, and I transitioned over to the MATA board, and it has been more than an honor to echo the voices of those who are feel muted and that they don't have a voice. So it's been an honor as a struggling community college student onto a university college student at the time. I totally depended on public transit, and it's a freedom to be able to have that access to improve the quality of your life. And as a single mom, I was able to do that through public transit, and I want the same for others who will follow behind me. Thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Good morning.
To make my comment to the last person who was going to be reappointed, I would just ask that please don't hesitate to engage the council. We sort of through these outside boards and commissions have delegated certain authority, but if there's a needed increase in funding, we may not know about them. You know, Mr. Rosenfeld will come and advocate, but I think that it would be helpful too, that if the board say, hey, Councilman Warren, Councilman Jones, Councilman Robinson, and all of us, here are some of the needs, because you all are going to be in the meetings on a regular basis and may not be able to, and where we're not going to be able to attend those meetings. But please know that you have, we want you to be our eyes and ears as it relates to transportation needs in our city. And by you being in those meetings on a regular basis, you can articulate those to us. So I just ask that each of you do that going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I don't know, Mrs. Williams, if this is a question for you, but when did you start serving on the board?
2004.
2004. I guess my question is, in the future, I would like to see all beginning time that they started serving on these boards, because that seems almost, 16 years? 17, 18 years.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. 2014. I apologize.
Okay. I said, this is a long time.
I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm sorry. 2014.
Hey.
All right. I'm sorry. It's been a long morning.
But we have 3-year terms listed at the top. So is there a time frame or limit on these positions? No time.
Well, we may have some,
Yes.
we may have some boards and commissions that have term limits, but generally speaking, we don't have term limits.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I would appreciate if they would tell me how long, we need that additional information. That's not on you, Ms. Williams, but administration, make sure we get that information in regards to all these boards that's coming up, how long they've served, and so we'll know. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to say, after looking at your CV, it was good to see someone from the public with your background on this board. I think you're a valuable voice for this, and we'll have a vote now if there are no more comments or questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And chair is aye. Ayes have it. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Item number 4 is the reappointment of Mr. Justin Bailey to the Memphis Housing Authority, requested by administration. Can we have a motion and a second?
I move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Smiley. Mr. Bailey, please, floor is yours. Name and address for the record.
Good morning to the committee. My name is Justin Bailey. Home address is 213 South Barksdale Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. And I'm currently, as of yesterday, I serve as Associate General Counsel for Compliance for Varsity Spirit. Previously, thank you. Previously worked at FedEx Freight as Senior Counsel. And prior to that, also worked at International Paper and served as an Assistant U.S. Attorney for 5 years here in the Western District of Tennessee. I believe, other than my colleague, Commissioner Sharp, I'm the second longest serving member on the Housing Authority Commission, and currently serve as chairman of the commission as of December of last year. I've enjoyed my time on the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. I think that we've done some good work, and I think that we've got some exciting things on the horizon. I've built good working relationships with the staff there and relationships with many of the residents. I think that I've been a voice for those who have come to the commission with concerns and questions. And I think my colleagues will tell you all that I do a lot of homework. I read basically every shred of paper that comes through on the agendas. And I take the job seriously, and I look forward to my continued service if the committee here sees me so fit to serve.
Thank you again for your past service. No comments. Let's have a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Chair is aye. Thank you again for your service and your commitment. I just say, looking at the building that we see around FedEx Forum and throughout Memphis, something is working. So thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5 is reappointment of Mr. Michael Boyd to the Memphis Housing Authority, requested by administration. Could we have a motion and a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Smiley. Mr. Boyd, the floor is yours. Name and address for the record and statement. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good morning, Council. By the way, my name is Michael Boyd. I live at 255 North Lauderdale. I'm actually a resident of Memphis Housing Authority, and I've had the pleasure of being on the board since 2019. I feel privileged and honored that they chose me, that give me an opportunity to speak for those who don't have a voice, as she was saying, to be a part of the process, to see the way things work. I've really enjoyed serving. And as I said, it's such an opportunity to be able to be and see the inner workings of MHA and to actually have a voice for my neighbors and my brothers and my sisters that's in the same situation that I am. So if you guys see fit to continue to allow me to serve, it's a privilege for me to serve my brethren.
I just have one question for you, Mr. Boyd.
Yes.
If you could pick one thing that you felt like you had the most impact on by being there with your perspective, what would you say that might be?
The most impact, I think, of having a member of a residence on there. We have certain issues that actually go on in different buildings. And when someone can come to me, in all actuality, the board doesn't have that access. And I can actually be that voice to let them know what the issues are. Be it security, be it pest control, whatever it may be it parking, whatever the problem may be, because many times they don't know. You know, they don't know. And I'm that ear and that voice. And I'm allowed to express my opinion and speak with people, and things are done. As you said yourself, as you look around, things are working. As you guys know, right now, one of the biggest problems is affordable housing. We're struggling. You know what I mean? There are many people. I mean, by the grace of God, even though I'm disabled, you wouldn't know it to look at me. But the privilege, there's an advantage to an MHA. And we need more affordable housing. You know what I mean? And just to be a part of that process, I just feel so blessed. That's all I can say to you guys.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair is aye. Thank you very much for your service, Mr. Boyd. Item number 6 is a reappointment of Ms. Shauna Engel to the Memphis Housing Authority, requested by administration. Can we have a motion and a second? Moved by Canale, seconded by Carlisle. Ms. Engel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Shauna Engel, 239 South Cox Street, 38104. I am currently the Business Development Officer for Financial Federal Bank, a local bank here. Previously, I spent about 25 plus years for various organizations in Memphis raising money, University of Memphis Law School, Memphis College of Art, Goodwill Industries, specifically the Excel Center focused on workforce development, and previously Christian Brothers University. Hope to be reappointed today. I believe in the mission of the Memphis Housing Authority. It's vital for a successful city, and I believe in Memphis, so it's necessary and would love to continue to serve.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Chair is aye. Thank you very much for your service. Item number 7 is the reappointment of Ms. Mary Sharp to the Memphis Housing Authority, requested by administration. Can we have a motion and a second? Second. Moved Carlisle, seconded Canale. Ms. Sharp, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Mary W. Sharp, and I live at 2063 Jamie. I consider myself a career volunteer. I worked for the U.S. Postal Service for several years and retired on an early out at age 46 years old. Now, I'm not going to tell you how old I am now, but I did retire about 30 years ago. Anyway, since that time, I have been a career volunteer for Habitat for Humanity, for United Housing, for the Land Use Control Board, and presently I've been on there 12 years, and I am presently the chairperson, and the Memphis Housing Authority of which I am on now and have been for the last 5 years. So my feeling is when you get what you want and you struggle for self and the world makes you king for a day, just go to the mirror and look at yourself and see what that man has to say. For it isn't your brother or sister or wife whose judgment upon you must pass. The one whose judgment counts most in your life is the one staring back in the glass. And that's why I give my life to volunteering to local entities as well as as well as real estate entities, because I've been a real estate agent for 40 years. So I'm ready to serve again on your MHA.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Chair is aye. Thank you again for your service. Are there any other items for this committee at this time from anyone? If not, Personnel Committee is adjourned. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Parks and Environment Committee. Ms. Crichton, could you please call the roll?
Members present, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Jones, and Chair Warren.
Present. We have two items on our agenda today, colleagues. Item number 1 is a resolution to enter into a lease agreement with Memphis Bears Incorporated to lease Green Hill Stadium to offer programs and services to the North Memphis community. This is District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Could I have a motion and a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Canale. And the floor is yours, Mr. Walker.
And to get into the specifics again, we have in the back there, we have Sergeant Littles and a lease from Memphis Bears, which also operates as Memphis Shelby County PALS, Police Athletic League. In any event, give you a little bit of backstory. For those of you familiar with North Memphis, Green Hill Stadium, named after Charles Green Hill, the former player who was killed in an accident. Long back, before the dissolution of the Parks Commission, when there was a daily working relationship between Memphis City Schools and the Memphis Parks Commission, football was played pretty regularly at that facility. When the Wolf River flooded, the stadium was sort of rendered inoperable, and it sat dormant for a while. That's where Sergeant Littles and his group came into action. Several years ago, they came to us through, at the time, Director Rawlings, and said, we'd love to invest some time and money and be a great facility for youth football. And so we entered into a short agreement, as y'all are aware. 2 years is the maximum time that Parks is allowed to enter into a lease agreement without council approval. And so we entered into a short 2-year proof of concept. They've proved themselves. Anybody who's spent time up there and driven up there, the electrical's working, right? Yep, electric's working. And if you go out there during their league, you can see lots of activity that's going on. And so they came to us in order to get more funding, in order to be able to do more things there. They needed an agreement from the city longer than 2 years. And so at that point, they presented to us their proposal, and we supported. And so, like I said, they'd be happy to answer any questions about the specific program they put on, but from the Parks administration and from the city administration, we're in support of doing this so that we can improve a city asset.
Thank you. Perhaps we could get maybe a 3-minute presentation about the programs that they have so the council can know. I think this is important.
Yeah, I don't think that they've actually got a slide presentation for you right now.
Just a verbal presentation about
Greg,
the number of kids and programs, if that would be possible. Officer Little?
Yeah, why don't you go over this one over here? Either way.
And you said the Bears Incorporated were PALS?
They're essentially they're doing business as Memphis Shelby PALS, Police Athletic League.
Good. Mr. Little, and companion name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
Elise Heron, and she serves as our marketing and advisor to the program. All right, so thank you all for this. I am Craig Littles, retired sergeant in PD. I serve as executive director of PAL program citywide, as well as national PAL vice chair. So we're here because the opportunity came before us to renovate Green Hill Stadium. I grew up in that environment, in that neighborhood. I policed in that neighborhood. So for the last 30 years, we've been trying to bring that facility back to norm. If you don't know, MPD and fire uses the facility as well for training opportunities. I trained there when I came in as a police officer as well, and there's so many others that utilize the facility. We actually work with about 2,000 kids a year at that facility. They have nowhere else to go in our communities. So many other places outprice them. They can't afford them. Other municipalities, they can't get to those areas. So Green has proven itself to be very important in our communities to engage and empower kids, not just through sports and football. It's a youth development park, and Elise can explain more about the youth development park aspect.
Just to add to what Craig was saying, before we started at Green Hill in 2020, Fraser was the only Memphis neighborhood of its size without a stadium. We've been able to bring it structural and aesthetic repairs, but also the water, electrical, that's all being reconfigured because it was out of use for so long. So we've really taken on that responsibility and made it a training ground, not just for the sports program, but we actually have 6 rocks. We're comprehensive, so we use the facility not just for sports, but for a lot of community events.
And through you all's efforts, you've helped us get to a point where we can actually play and do organized programs there so far. So we appreciate the support thus far.
Thank you. I just thought the council needed to know, yes, Councilwoman Johnson.
Is aware of the services which you provide for the kids, and I greatly appreciate it. But I guess my question is to the city administration in regards to what type of assistance are you providing to this group? What type of maintenance of that property? What are you going to provide? I hear they dealing with electrical issues and plumbing. Why did the city not take care of all that if it's going to be used in that capacity?
Again, I certainly understand the question and where it comes from. Truthfully, because the city never operated it. Prior to the flooding, it was a Shelby County Schools, or at the time, Memphis City Schools facility. We don't operate youth football fields. That hasn't happened, truthfully, in my entire time here, and I know that predates me for the last 20 years. We just don't. The only football stadiums that sit on city property that I'm aware of right now, there were 3. We tore down one at Liberty Park, but Halley Stadium is operated by Shelby County Schools under a lease agreement with us, and that stadium sat dormant. We offered it to Shelby County Schools. They weren't interested in it. It wasn't a part of their master plan. So the maintenance that takes place, like it is with any city-owned property, is that we have an obligation to maintain it for a safety perspective. So General Services actually is responsible for anything that is not done by this group. And it's spelled out in the lease what both parties' operational responsibilities are. But to answer your question directly, we didn't do anything with it because from a programmatic standpoint, we don't do youth football.
But that don't mean we can't start, does it?
It doesn't, but at the same time, I would ask, are there other priorities that are more important to us? If it is, if the city wants to get into youth football, we certainly have the capacity and the interest, but right now, it's just not necessarily aligned with us programmatically. I'm happy to have that conversation, but there's a huge expense that goes with that.
Okay, I think we might want to sit down and talk about that, because if they are actually utilizing it to this capacity, and they have proven themselves to be beneficial to the community, serving over 2,000 kids a year, we should be doing a little bit more to help that operation continue that process. So
certainly, I agree. I think they're a good operation and a good program. Again, this to me seems like a really great first step, which is giving them the use of a stadium with a long-term lease that allows them to secure funding from people that are interested in seeing that programming.
Yeah, but we do a lot of assistance in other parks, tennis courts, and everything else. So I don't see why we can't do a little bit more for that group in regards to doing the maintenance over there.
Y'all are in charge of the budget. I would support that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
Councilman Johnson, I just recall when there were a couple. If you think about some of the schools, a lot of them are adjacent to parks, and so we ran through that on the school board. You may have had some property that was owned by the city, but it was used by the school system. So I think this may have been one of the holdover facilities where it was, we owned it, they used it, but how it was maintained, it might have been, for each one, it may have had a different little story to it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Yeah, it was definitely discombobulated. Yes, Mr. Little, you had a comment.
I was just going to say that this is a 3-phase, $10 million project. Tennessee Titans, NFL, and NFL Grassroots donated the first $250,000, as well as what the council was able to give over the last 2 years. So we appreciate that. I just want to make sure everybody knows it's a 3-phase, $10 million project with $250 started with you all and Tennessee Titans.
Thank you. And I guess one of the things I think we should be aware of, and I want to ask, I guess, administration, have we done anything to try to flood-proof the property? So that way it's not going to be underwater again?
It's not just us. If you've seen a lot of the work at Rodney Baber and Kennedy Park is a part of a large resiliency grant that was administered by the federal government through Director Zena's office. virtually all of North Memphis benefits from that work because it creates a floodplain that would prevent the Wolf River from overflowing again in those specific areas.
Excellent. All right, seeing no further questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. That passes and goes downstairs. And thank you very much for all your good work.
Thank you all, too.
Right. Item number 2 is a resolution to amend and extend a lease agreement for the use of Galliano/Sowell baseball fields at Halley Park with Memphis Boys Athletic Association to add Lausanne Collegiate School, LCS, as a party. The term of the agreement shall be extended for 10 years, which shall commence effective July 1, 2020, and is 2022, and is further subject to renewal for an additional 4 10-year periods. District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I have a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Smiley. Mr. Walker, you have the floor again.
One of these times I'm going to remember a flash drive. So, yeah, I won't. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, I know, you won't.
Appreciate that. So, for anyone, again, this is another one of those situations where we have a facility where we've partnered with somebody. This is a little different scenario because the extent of the relationship with Memphis Boys Athletic Association extends some 50 years. So this is Gagliano and Solfield. For those familiar or not familiar, it is directly behind Halley Stadium, the football stadium that I referenced earlier that Memphis Shelby County Schools operates. And truthfully, they're the 2 nicest baseball fields in the city. So Halley is off of Mount Moriah. So it is, Councilwoman Robinson, if I'm saying this correctly, it's about the eastern edge of your council district. And so in any event, in a similar situation, they have sort of an interesting partnership, and I'll let Andy from Memphis Boys Athletic Association come up and kind of go through the presentation that he has for us. But essentially, the programming that is done there primarily comes through MBAA and Lausanne. Chris, who is a coach at Lausanne, baseball coach, helps operate the fields up there. The one distinction that I will say is, unlike football, baseball is not a standard size field. And so the fields that are there are for an older group. So you wouldn't traditionally see a lot of youth, like small youth baseball there because the fences are so deep. That's why we primarily do those activities at Toby and Willow, because even Willow's a little bit of a stretch, but it's good for high school age kids. And now I'm going to hopefully bring this up. Yes, ma'am. Oh, and so in any event, they're asking for an extension of the lease so that they are able to secure some funding to do some more improvements to the facility. And then I'm going to hopefully bring this up here. And then I think I just hit the red button to make it come out live. Is that correct?
While you're doing that, Councilwoman Johnson, quick question.
Similar to my.
Sure.
What type of maintenance does the city provide to this that facility?
Virtually none that I'm aware of. We're responsible for major mechanical issues there, but because it's a baseball stadium, there's not a lot of those. And so the mowing of the field, the operations of the field are taken care of through their day-to-day operations. Now, in both cases, when you asked about funding, in both cases, they are allowed to collect rent. And so that helps to cover the cost of their operations. Does it cover it completely? No. But they're both nonprofit organizations that are able to secure funding through council action or any other nonprofit agencies or funders that would give them funding.
So what type of maintenance did you mention that you do cover?
So the city in general, when we have a lease agreement with someone or in this case, it would be a management agreement, we generally cover major maintenance. So you're talking about electrical, plumbing, those sorts of things. Now, the difference is, earlier, we had a facility that was hit by a flood and had essentially been declared unusable by the city. And that really predates me, so I don't want to get into the specifics on that because that flood happened in the early 2000s, and that stadium sat dormant for more than 10 years before, again, they came to us.
I just need to talk to you. I think we need to be a little bit more consistent when we provide those type of services.
Well, but I would say that it's also across the board. I mean, we have these agreements with everyone, and generally speaking, If someone comes to us and says, we want to use a city facility to put on this type of programming, we say, that sounds great, but with that ability to operate that comes a responsibility to take care of it. Except for major things that happen to it, then the city still has an obligation to make sure that it's maintained at a certain level.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. And you have a presentation.
Lord willing. Maybe. All right, and so I'll hand it over to Andy with,
I'm assuming you'll run that. One, thank you for having me today.
Name and address for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Andy Cook. I'm president of the Memphis Boys Athletic Association, or a nonprofit 501c3, established in the late 60s, been around 50 years. This park that we're talking about, I'm a product of this park. I played there when I was young. I went on to Memphis, played for the Yankees. I'm back home. The organization is still around, been around for 50 years. We have teams also that we don't mention in this, but we have teams all the way down to the age of 7 through 18 on a regular basis. Most all of our players at 18 years old go off to college. And that could be community college, that could be wherever they are have the ability to play, we want to help them get there. But with that, and I've sent out a presentation and some other information. It really has been an outstanding relationship. Like I said, I started playing at these facilities, go back one. At those facilities, the Tigers have been around. That's the baseball arm of Memphis Boys Athletic Association since the late 60s. So I grew up playing at Rodney Baber, Geisman, a variety of, Kennedy Park, this, that, and the other. So we've been around that long. The relationship has, I guess, survived 2 or 3 administrations and council members. And so I did this in 2013. It's been a great relationship. At the end of the day, just to kind of give you an idea without running through all of that, but I'm an example of somebody that made it to the big leagues out of here. And that park's been pivotal. It's one of the few parks that have a high school / college size field right next to each other. You don't find that, very rarely do you find that. So it's conducive for a lot of high school, junior varsity, and I'm not going to follow this to a T if you don't mind. I'm trying to get to the bullet points because I know you got to be somewhere probably. But at the end of the day, we have, and I'm talking about 20, 30 years, have hosted inner city schools, have offered to have camps and clinics, whether it was the RBI program, whether it's carry out there with Little League. We stand ready. Due to turnover and different administrations, someone comes into park services, Shelby County Schools has somebody else scheduling this, that, or the other. We've really got to establish, and you can see the schools up there now, including Lemoyne-Owen when they didn't have a home field. We have them out there at no charge. They're at no charge for any of this. So the maintenance before and after games, the materials that it takes to upkeep the field and whatnot is completely free. I mean, you can't be a baseball guy like I'm a baseball guy and not want to help anybody and everybody that wants to play the game of baseball. And so these folks on the inner city schools, they need a nice, safe place to play. And that's what this is. And it takes money. The short version of it is, aside from that long tenured relationship, and going back to your point about what does the city pay for, I bet they spent less than $100,000 over 40 years out there. So unless the lighting system blows up completely or struck by lightning, everything else, new scoreboards, new fence, new backstops, new dugouts, all of that has either been through us raising money, going out shaking hands and raising money and getting donations, and or it's the ability to use that park during the summer to run tournaments to generate revenue to put back into the field. And then more recently, we partnered with Lausanne because Lausanne didn't have a home field. And as a nonprofit, it kind of got to the point where it's time for Andy to get off the lawnmower out there and let's figure out a different way to do this. So Lausanne has the ability to raise their own funds, and they've spent over $300,000 since 2018 out there. All of that improves an asset that is owned by the city that theoretically we could be kicked out within 30 or 60 days, and everything that's been done out there, belongs to the city. So at virtually no cost. And that's the way it's been, again, for 20 or 30 years. They're big plans. They'd like to turf both of those infields for probably $200,000 each. That allows you, as you well know, if y'all have talked here about some of the football fields that you have in the city, lowers maintenance costs, but more importantly, promotes year-round activity because you don't have the bad weather that affects, the dirt, the grass, this, that, or the other. So, I don't know how much more you want to hear, but I can just tell you that it's been a wonderful relationship. We feel like it works because it is the finest baseball facility in this city. It is a city-owned property at no cost to the city, and it works. Now, I will tell you, we may need your help on this, and I've told him. Again, I've gone through several park services directors. I've gone through a couple mayors, back to Wharton and everyone else, and everybody leaves the room shaking hands about what we're going to do. But we need help. We need a partnership. When we say we're willing to have inner city camps and clinics to teach the game of baseball, that it doesn't end up like all the other programs that just fall off by the wayside for lack of participation or lack of commitment from others. And so we can't do it by ourselves, but we are ready. We have been ready. We're doing what we can with the high schools when they need, places to play, and goodness gracious, they do. We got a call not too long ago from Craigmont to one of our people and said, man, this is a mess out here and it's hard to get it prepared. Can you help us out here? And we're willing to even go out to the high school field and help them. I can scramble our coaches and we can go out there and show them how to maintain a baseball field, right? What do you need to do? So it can be a fantastic partner, even better for the community. But we've got to have somebody shake our hand and say, we're willing to help get them there, all right? Or we're willing to do what's necessary because we'll provide the expertise at no cost, whether it's running their inner city championships, whether it's just high school games, and more importantly, working with, Kerry does a fantastic job out at Little League in Whitehaven. He runs mostly younger age groups. These fields are, as he has mentioned, are for high school age. And so, we've discussed where do they go, Kerry, once they're done at 12 or 13 with you? What's the next program? What are we doing? And I think that's what really needs to be explored. And if I had only one disappointment, that would be it, is that we're a nonprofit dedicated to promoting, teaching kids about discipline and integrity and everything that sports teaches you for anyone. But at the end of the day, again, you have to have, and y'all are familiar with the struggles with the RBI program and different things like that. I mean, it takes leadership and it takes involvement, but we're ready to help. And Lausanne buys into that mission and is willing to help raise the funds to make it the most beautiful park there is to play in, and most importantly, that it's safe.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing is that this particular agreement will allow you more flexibility to plan long-term, to be able to put in those programs you're discussing. Is that correct?
More importantly, be able to go to benefactors that want some comfort in knowing that they're not going to spend X amount of dollars and then be out.
So now you have a 10-year agreement, so that helps you raise funds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we have any other questions? Councilman Jones.
What was the length of was there not a previous agreement? How long was it?
There was, and the third extension on it would have expired in 2032. And so essentially what happened is 2030, I believe. And so there was 8 years left on it. And the administration came to them and said, we'd like to turf the infield, but we don't feel comfortable doing that, knowing that there's only 8 years left on here. And we'll be, again, bringing it to his point. And I'll elaborate a little bit on what he said, and I think it goes to what Councilwoman Johnson said. Truthfully, you should have young kids playing ball at our community centers where we have backstops, like up to age 6 or 7. They should graduate into Kerry's program at Little League, and then once they've graduated out of Little League at 12 or 13, get into one of these programs over at this facility. So again, to that point, the term helps them raise money, but also if you look at one of the things that we added in there, there is now a provision where there is a requirement to sit down annually and have a discussion about scheduling City of Memphis parks activities out there. Previously, we had right of first refusal. If we wanted to have something out there and we came to them, they had to say yes. This requires a cooperation where everybody sits down at the table, Kerry included, and cements that into this contract. It's a requirement of it.
Going back to some of the things that you talked about earlier, Councilwoman Johnson, I can think about, just riding around the city. You used to see that we had some of our existing parks, we had baseball fields. And I still go back to, we have to set the priorities for the city. We work with the administration in doing so, but from a fiscal standpoint, we're the ones who have to set those priorities. And if it's something that's important to us, I think that we have to have the courage to step up to the plate and fund what's important. When we look at and I try to relate everything to our households. When you look at your household budget, you see where you spend the most money, that's where your priority is. And I don't think that there should be any difference in how we operate as a city. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Councilman Smiley?
Quick question for you. When's the last time the city actually done anything at the park?
Did what?
When was the last time the city has actually done anything?
When you say done anything, you're talking about like having programming? There's regularly where we have clinics out there. In terms of, again, it has to go to age group, you know, and so I would say that to the point that Councilman Jones just made, we have an athletic staff that is 3 people, and that's just being honest. We have 3 full-timers there, so we don't put on. We put on leagues, but they're always in partnership with somebody. So there's play that takes place out there with city-affiliated leagues right now, but we're not out there coaching them.
The reason I was asking the question, inquiring minds want to know, why don't we just sell it?
Why don't we just sell it?
Why don't we sell it? Is there a value to the city of Memphis to maintaining this particular piece of property?
Generally speaking, that if there is, I would say this, from my perspective as a parks director, I would not, no, because to Councilman Jones' point, the funding in the Parks Division, and Chief McGowan talks about this, and hopefully I'm not putting my neck out here too far.
Chief can join in.
Yeah. If you go back to the 70s when we were rated as the highest park system, the best large park system in the U.S., I think Parks and Libraries, what's the percentage? Was it 40%? It wasn't that high.
So it wasn't quite that high, but over time, as the city, you know, this is a much larger conversation about how our city grew through annexation, and the percentage of budget that went to parks, libraries, and community centers used to be much higher percentage of our budget. But as we had a bigger geographic city to maintain, you know, we doubled it in 40 years. We had to add more police officers, more firefighters, more public works just to cover the whole city. But we didn't really see a big increase in revenue, so the percentage that went to the parks, libraries, and community centers decreased over time. So I think that's the point, is that, and what we have done as an administration and you have done as a council over time, have made additional investments into our parks, libraries, and community centers, and we've begun to turn the tide. So that's the direction we're on, is on the upswing, with more investments in our parks, libraries, and community centers, coming off of, quite frankly, 40 years of disinvestment. And we've had to prioritize other things. So I'm thankful for all the new investments we've made. As an example, libraries now open 6 days a week instead of the 4 that they were before. People back in the parks every summer instead of having no one in the parks to manage those. So it's a bigger conversation, but we are on the upswing with investments in our parks.
All that's to say, I think that truthfully, Andy and his group would love it if one day they didn't have to have that lift. They didn't have to be the ones doing it. The city of Memphis invested the type of money and resources into it to where we could. Are we there today? No. But future-proofing is holding on to that property and other properties that we one day may have the capacity to do if we do it right.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
We're still having a conversation.
Can I respond to him?
Yeah, sure.
Doc's ready.
Yes, go ahead.
That is specifically why we're here.
Okay.
You don't spend $200,000 or $300,000 and then have it sold to someone else. At the end of the day, we want first right of refusal. At the end of the day, we've been there for 40 almost.
So assuming if the city does sell, you want the opportunity to be the first ones. Okay.
And I'm assuming anybody in our position would, because you're the ones that have paid for it for the last 20 or 30 years. So we're talking about.
I'm thinking you'll probably get that opportunity, but I doubt we're going to sell it.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what.
Okay.
All right, so let's have a vote on this. We're running a little bit over time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Chair is also aye. Mr. McGowan wants some comments for us, and then we'll close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Council. Just a few minutes as we close out the Parks Committee. We regularly give you updates on projects as we go along. Mr. Hodge isn't here today. He's out. His wife's going to have their second child, which we're all happy for, and I think that they just learned their date may be moved up a little bit. So, but I just wanted to give you, in fairness and transparency, as you know, we did a $200 million Accelerate Memphis project, that $75 million for parks, $75 million for activating 3.0, and $50 million for the citywide assets. As a part of that, it's really a $196 million project because we have about $4 million of cost acceleration in there. I'm just letting you know that we have done a really good job to this point of keeping the projects coming along and keeping them into budget. We are now, however, starting to see some of the impacts of cost acceleration. So I can't even count how many construction committee meetings we have every day on these individual projects, and we've had to value engineer, rebid. An example, we just recently bid out our splash pads for 2 of the splash pads, and both of them came in significantly over what we had anticipated their budget was. In fact, over the budget of the one we had just built. Wow. So we rebid those out. We're seeing some of the cost of materials escalate, partly because a lack of availability of materials, so we have to go to an alternate that's not always cheaper. So in order to get the project built, it may be a little extra. This is just saying that both in our parks and some of our small area plans, there may be a need at some point to come back and add a little bit of extra money to make sure we complete these projects. I don't have a specific amount for you. I just want to, as we go through the day, we're not ready to ask for anything specifically, but we will be value engineering the projects, and all that means is seeing if there's an alternative that's equally suitable. When we rebid the splash pads, for instance, we reconfigure how the water is recirculated there. That's an example that might bring the cost down and bring it in line. But if it's not, we're going to have to find a way to complete the projects. We certainly don't want, $200 million worth of projects to not get completed because of a lack of $5, $6, or $7 or $8 million of cost escalation. And as most of you are aware, I think many of you in the business know that we have seen just in the last year an escalation in price, 10 to 20 to 25%. So we're still well below that number. I just owed it to you all to say we will be coming back to you with some of these, and if we have to, we'll let you know where we need a little bit of extra help to get these across the finish line, because I know we are all in favor of trying to get this done for the citizens here. But no specific ask, just a bit of an update.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. Mr. Carlisle, and then Councilman Ford.
Jones, right? Yeah. Timeline, horizon.
For being able to say that?
For coming back and saying this is what we need
so
when we
probably
need it.
within the next, by the time we get to the new fiscal year, we'll be in a good position. We have several of these bids going out now. I don't want to say we're running out of money in Accelerate Memphis right now, just the way we've allocated the money. We may shift some things around timing-wise to get them done on time, but over the next few months, we'll come back to you and let you know where we need, if we need some little additional help.
Okay. I've got other questions, but
Sure.
you now get them offline.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, there's probably, there's 75 or 80 projects, so every one has a little different nuance to them.
I would just hope, Mr. McGowan, too, that I wouldn't want the scope of things to change too much on some of these projects. I would rather the administration comes back and says, we know the reality of what we're facing today. And so if we're looking at a facility that may have been this big, now we have to make it this big because we want to stay within that, at least give us the option to make it a priority to say, well, we understand that there's an increased cost of doing so, but we're willing to make that investment.
I think the saying is from your mouth to God's ears. We have the very same opinion. We are passionate about doing this work for our community, and there comes a point where through the value engineering process, it's like, are we really getting what we wanted from this investment? So that's why we're saying, well, no, it's not affordable. Let's go back and rebid, see if we get a better price. Let's figure out what other options there are to deliver quality and value to the community. And if I wasn't, and if we weren't all intent on delivering that, I would have just said, well, we'll just scale it back and scope it down. But no, this is too important for our community. So we will definitely come back if there is an opportunity for us to deliver the quality. It means incremental additional money. So we'll bring that back to you for sure.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. Thank you, committee.
Good morning and welcome to the April 19th meeting of the Transportation Committee. Mr. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Present are Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Yeah, I believe that's all, sir.
And I am present as well. Chair observes a quorum. Mr. Rosenfeld, are you presenting today?
No, Mr. Carter.
Ms. Malden? Okay. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I'll turn it over to you.
Transit Authority. I am happy to present to you this morning. We've missed you. It's been a little while since we've been in front of you, and I'm sure that that is evidenced by the thickness of the packet that we gave you this morning. Okay. We apologize for the technical difficulties. But technology, you can't live with it, can't live without it. Going up now. Okay. All right, well, we will absolutely continue to move forward. There it goes. Hold on, let me do it. Now, so of course, we're going to continue to follow our roadmap of ridership operational efficiency, innovating public transportation, implementing major capital projects was a new entry for this month's presentation, and of course, listening and responding to the riders' needs. So we'll do our best to glide through this presentation, but of course, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to entertain those along the way as well. I know I'm moving that. So our first two slides actually detail our routes, the riderships on our routes. As you can see, the 36 Lamar is the highest performing route. Of course, the 37 Perkins, of course, does not have a ridership that is quite as high. But the big story of this slide, as well as the next slide, is that our ridership is actually growing. It is not quite at the level of pre-pandemic ridership, but our ridership is growing with a ridership of 252,873 for our fixed route service, 11,094 for Matter Plus, and of course, 31,362 for our trolley service. Of course, labor continues to be an issue that we are dealing with from day to day, month to month, year to year during the pandemic. And as you see, our bus operators, we are down in theory by 16, maintenance staff 32, trolley operators 6, Matter Plus operators 19, and administrative support by 5. And of course, I again want to call your attention to the fact that these numbers don't show the attrition and things that we have to deal with. So really that number 16 is more like 40, if you would say so, by the time you factor in attrition. So we're constantly having to recruit more than the target number just to make sure that we can make our daily pullout day in and day out. In the area of innovating public transportation, we're continuing to see great success with our microtransit service. Our Ready Zone 1, of course, continues to perform off the charts with over 44,000 boardings since its inception in August of last year. followed by, of course, our North Haven Fraser zone with 2,543, and Cordova with 287. And we're continuing to grow those zones and continuing to get the word out about those services. And we continue to have our Groove on Demand service, which is in the medical district downtown area, in other areas in that zone. And so we're continuing to see that ridership grow as well. And of course, we were featured nationally in an article in Mass Transit magazine where it was showing that we've actually expanded the hours after 1 year of service, and we did receive additional grant funding from the state in order to continue to operate the Groove service. And so we're really excited about the success that we are having with that service. I actually spoke to a group in the Leadership Memphis Fast Track group that talked about how this particular service actually even helped some of the nursing students that needed to go about and go to the grocery store and whatnot. And so it's helping them actually have a great quality of life while they're here in Memphis studying. And so we were excited to hear that as well. This slide actually is the work of the University of Memphis. We enjoy a great partnership with the planning department at the University of Memphis, and they actually did an independent study on our routes and actually held that up with the census data. And that's what this slide shows. So this kind of sets the baseline for the areas that were studied in terms of the areas of persistent poverty. We were really happy to learn, and this is what the next slide shows, that if you overlay the routes that we have, the areas or the zones that we're utilizing for our on-demand service over the map that shows the persistent poverty, that we're actually on the right track, that we are actually beginning to have our on-demand zones in some of the areas of most persistent poverty, thus giving those residents access to more transit and to better transit services. And so we were very encouraged by the data. There's a whole extensive presentation that University of Memphis did, but this is only a snippet of it. And so we'll be glad to go into more detail about that if you have any questions about that. Ms. Williams mentioned this morning during her reappointment hearing about the Whole Child Strategies Project. And so we are continuing to offer that service. It's great to be able to be a partner in the community and kind of offer assistance in some of our food deserts. I know that that is a problem in a lot of areas, and so this program has really been a great help to the residents in the Klondike area that are utilizing that service. So as far as implementing major capital projects, we added that this month because, of course, I'm sure that everyone has seen all over the news about the $46 million that's being proposed in President Biden's budget. But first, before I go into much more detail, let me stop and just thank all of you. Thank all of you for your support, because we would not be able to leverage the funding that you all have provided to us and come out with $46 million if it were not for the continued success. So we certainly appreciate all of the support that you all have given. I mean, it's a great deal when you can make a smaller investment and come out and almost quadruple what you put in order to make a greater investment for transit. And so we really appreciate the support that you all have had, and we were able to celebrate that largely because of the support that you've provided to us. So, of course, that $46 million was for a specific project, which is the Memphis Innovation Corridor project. And that's a bus rapid transit project. You may have also heard BRT. So that's what BRT is, bus rapid transit. And so that's between the downtown and the University of Memphis. It'll feature all electric buses with hopefully 10-minute peak headways. There'll be 31 level boarding platforms. And really the great thing about BRT service is it kind of has that that sleek, futuristic, that's one of Mr. Rosenfeld's favorite words, the sleek, futuristic design. The buses almost emulate trains. And if you think about BRT, that's really the step before you get to light rail. Just imagine light rail without the electric current flowing through it. So there'll be bus-only lanes on 2nd and BB King, and then there'll be changes. There'll be some changes in how the lanes are organized on Union Avenue, and then there'll be traffic signaling that'll actually help those buses navigate during that corridor, and that's what's going to allow us to have the 10-minute headways that we talked about. So really allowing people that are traveling that corridor to get up and down that corridor very fast, which has actually been a stimulus for more business development, more growth in that area. So this is just a quick breakdown. You know, there's a saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a lot of different funding a lot of funding sources to fund a BRT project. And so the total project is for $94.6 million. And as you see, we've had to kind of piece this together through grants and through allocations from a lot of different sources. And so we are just so fortunate, again, your support, the state funds that we've been able to get the federal endorsement. And I mean, I hope that you all were really proud when you saw that budget come out, because you had the LAs, the Chicagos, and then one line item from Memphis, Tennessee. I mean, and it's people all over the country trying to figure out how we did that. And so, I mean, that's really a big deal. And so, again, we really appreciate your support in doing that. So just a few project updates and milestones to look forward to. We're trying to have a groundbreaking, hopefully in October of 2022 for this project. This is a very regulated process. FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, actually has to check off and sign off on every step of the project, just to make sure that we stay on track and to make sure that the project is moving in the direction that it's moving in and that we're engaging everyone that we need to engage. And then we hope to begin bus rapid transit service no later than spring of 2026. Now, of course, Mr. Rosenfeld is constantly monitoring this schedule and doing everything he can to try to get us to move that date up by a lot if we can. But that is right now, the official tentative start date is spring 2026. And lastly, of course, listening and responding to rider needs. So, of course, we've started including the data behind telling our story. Our largest, our most popular social media story, of course, was the testing of the U2 trolley cars that really generated a lot of excitement. And so as you see the numbers there that reflect the visits that we received because of that. And this information, of course, is in your packet. We also launched a TikTok channel. And I'm not personally as familiar with TikTok, but but we do have a Ride Matter TikTok, and we'll be having all kinds of challenges. And actually, I have to say, you all did the reappointment for Commissioner Fulton, and actually, it was his suggestion. It was his suggestion that we add a TikTok channel to our selection of social media. So it's something that we're having fun with, and really, you have to meet people where they are. And so it's really, we want people to see transit not only for the important business of getting to the doctor, getting to work and things, but we want to have fun with this. We want people to have fun with transit and want to try transit. And so any way that we can get our message out, we're trying to do just that. And then lastly, of course, we are proudly serving as the shuttle service for the Beale Street Music Festival, Memphis in May. So as you all know, I'm new to Memphis, so I'm looking forward to being a part of the action that's going on during that time. But I'm really excited to be a part of the MATA team and for us having the opportunity to be the official transportation provider for the music festival. And with that, we will answer any questions that you have. Thank you for allowing us to glide through this presentation. And we'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Malden, and thank you for all of your hard work and Mr. Rosenfeld's hard work in securing the funding that has been secured so far. We certainly look forward to the continued advancements. Councilman Jones first, then Councilman Warren.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation again. Looking at the third slide, ridership, and looking at the 24 different routes. My question is, and I don't know this, at our peak, how many routes did MATA operate?
Let me confer with John Lancaster. 40? John says 40. I remember something like 43 at one point.
Okay, so.
And that's looking at history. That's
right.
Not, that's not current history.
Right, right.
But at MATA at its peak years ago.
Okay. Now I'm looking at the slide that talks about the labor needs. Looks like we're making some progress when it comes to taking out the attrition absenteeism, making some progress as it relates to bus operators, but the maintenance staff look like that has been a greater challenge since we've started reporting out on this.
It really has been because, of course, you need very specific. That's a very specific skill set, and unfortunately, as we said before, when people are gobbling up skilled maintenance workers, and so we've had some situations where we've lost some of our greatest employees, our most skilled employees, to other entities that we just weren't able to match in terms of salary and benefits, and so that continues to be a challenge. But we are continuing to work very diligently. We're looking at some other ways of staffing, some other training programs to continue to try to get the number of maintenance employees. Because really, a lot of people focus on bus operators, but honestly, maintenance employees are mission critical so that we can make pullout every morning and so that we can keep the buses clean so that our riders can have the best experience.
So I know that you've had incentives for bus operators, sign-on bonuses. Is that being considered, or is that being offered to maintenance staff as well?
That is.
Okay. And talk about, because there was an inquiry made to me, talk to me about the criteria for obtaining that bonus. There was concern expressed to me that that the criteria has changed, that the rules have changed once it was implemented. So I just want further information on how that has worked.
So applicants can, I think you might be talking about referral bonuses or applicant bonuses. But applicants come in and they're eligible for the bonus, and it's paid out over time so that there's hopefully an incentive to stay on board with us and be part of it. The rules, there's always a lot of discussion around rules, typically revolving around people returning to MATA that might have left and then quickly return as to their eligibility, and we look at that on a case-by-case basis in terms of what their situation was when they left. Did they leave on good terms as compared to when they come back, and what's in place? So for those that have any type of questions about it, we look on it on a case-by-case basis.
Now, let's say from a rehire standpoint, if we're looking at the shortages that we have, and I can understand, essentially saying, especially on a case-by-case basis, somebody says, I'm gonna quit tomorrow, and then in 2 weeks, I'm gonna come back so I can get a bonus. But are there guidelines that basically say in order to be eligible for it, you have to have been away for this long? Or
yes.
Are there people for somebody, let's say somebody who's may have voluntarily retired, the same timeline for them to come back?
We're looking for reasons to say yes, Councilman, not say no. And our human resources group handles that directly. And if you know of any people that have reached out to you, please either ask them to get in touch with us directly or human resources and speak with our chief human resource officer and make sure that it's handled according to the rules.
Okay. And then my last question, if we look at how much we've paid out in total, do you have a ballpark estimate of how much of the hiring bonuses that?
The last report that I saw was the $60,000 range, but it changes on a every 2 weeks as people earn the opportunity to get a payment. So depending on when people came in, I believe the payments come out quarterly, and end of the year there's a bigger, or at the end of their year there's a bigger piece. But it changes on a monthly basis. We'll be happy to provide that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
If I could add one more thing along the maintenance program. You're talking, for the future, you're talking about 2 groups of maintenance employees. You're talking about the current group that is used to wearing blue uniforms, getting grease under their fingernails. The new group in the future will come to us wearing white lab coats and carrying laptop computers. So it's not going to, the technology gains that we see in vehicles, whether it be electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles, or anything like that, come with it their own set of issues. There will be no change. As a matter of fact, the number of maintenance employees will go up as we implement more and more technology. Okay. So in case anybody's talked to you about those types of issues. We also have worked closely with the chamber, worked with them to get legislation changed in Tennessee. Makes it easier for workforce development instructors to stay in that pool. The past law required that after a certain period of time that those instructors would have to go get complete education credentials. So when you have somebody that is coming from industry and goes into workforce development training, they can stay there for 3 or 4 years, and then we have to go get a teaching credential. Most of them say, no, it's been fun for 3 or 4 years after retirement, and then go off and go do something else. This legislation that we learned of through our visits to Valencia College in Florida, where they have just a top-notch workforce development program. The chamber led the fight, and MATA was proud to be part of that, and all of that legislation passed in this session, and I believe has been signed by the governor at this point. So we're excited about that. We're excited about participating in workforce development as a community-based issue, because we do have this need for high-tech positions, which mirror closely the requirements for advanced manufacturing. So we're integrating ourselves into that so we can take full advantage of it.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren.
Mine's pretty quick. I just want to know, are those new red trolleys, they're not the old trolleys painted red, right? So what's the difference with them?
Well, they are modern streetcars, and they were in service in San Diego, California. They are available we only have purchased one so far as we go through a series of tests to ensure that we can use them and that they will operate properly. That testing will go on probably through May or June of this year before we have the time to issue a final report, then figure out what it would cost to modify our system to meet those cars' needs. They come to us with modern amenities, HVAC systems, so you have air conditioning and heating on board. They carry a lot more people, so that providing service, high-frequency service along the Madison corridor, where we have seen a massive increase in density for housing as well as density for jobs. Now we'll be able to meet those needs if all goes well with the continued testing of these vehicles.
So that would be used primarily on the Madison corridor, and we still have the more tourist-friendly trolleys on the main corridor, or how does that work?
We will maintain the historic trolleys as part of the system, and as we go through this process, we'll be working on how that will be integrated in there. Yes, as you see from the ridership of the trolley, 31,000 boardings. It's always important to remember that between 70 and 80% of the boardings on the trolley are Memphis residents. So we're serving them, and we want to make sure that we're serving them at the best possible way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Anybody else, colleagues? For the record, please note that Councilman Colvett, Carlisle, Ford, Smiley, and Robinson joined us. Mr. Rosenfeld, where's the largest number of applicants for the mechanical side? Where do they come from? Or where do we recruit them from?
Most of our applicants come from various different online modes. There's very little in terms of direct in-person recruiting. With the recent changes to the COVID status, we'll be beefing up those face-to-face recruiting efforts, job fairs, local job fairs and such. But most of it comes from online sources, our social media, as well as job sites that feature that and focus on mechanics training or drivers training.
And we'll go to the trade schools as well. It was interesting what you said about how the mechanics will be evolving over time. So I think that would be an interesting conversation to have if Memphis and Shelby County Schools would allow us as MATA to come in and talk about, the new age and the difference in mechanics from the old days of what your parents, grandparents may have experienced to what you're going to be facing in the future if you choose to go into this field.
MATA is a sponsor of the STEM program at East High School, so we are actively involved in that. We're also working on a program that could potentially lead to a residential high school, maybe even going down to as young as 8th grade, because if we get to young people early enough and change the image of the job, it's, if you've got young people that are associated with technology, gaming and different things like that, we have to bring the game, if you will, to them at a much younger age so that we can entice them to and train them that careers are important, that you're going, what I always tell my children is that they're going to be old a lot more than they're going to be young, so you have to be prepared for that, and we just need to get that message. And if we are successful, we're going to visit a program in New York where they have a residential high school. It gets to a different group of young people that might not have the home life that they might need, and it puts us in that place where we become the trainer, the training program for all things transportation and mobility. Successful program in New York we'll be going to see, and Ms. McKissick, as you saw earlier, she's part of that discussion as well, because the school system is very interested in innovative programs like that.
I'm glad to hear that, and I hope that they'll give MATA access to all of our area high schools, not just East, because it's so important. You're, like you said, all the way down to 8th grade, because I feel like sometimes if you wait until they're seniors, you may have caught them a bit too late, especially to pique their interest in something that they may not have known about otherwise. All right, well, thank you for being here today. We'll see you at 3:30 to welcome our special guest. Keep up the good work. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
I pressed my button. Okay, that's a little bit better. Good afternoon. Good to see y'all. Here, Ashley Cash, City of Memphis Housing and Community Development, here to give an update on the home repair program. So let's see if I can put this on here. Turning red, it normally turns green. What should I do?
Hey, John.
I've pressed 2 times.
All
right.
Rock on.
Thank you. All right, so we've got $5 million through American Rescue Plan Act funding allocated now through December 2023 to spend on home repairs. We are working through a couple of different agencies to administer those funds. One is obviously Habitat for Humanity. They are doing critical home repairs and modifications being their standard agent in place activities that they would do. We are working with The Works, Inc., who is also performing critical home repairs. And as a part of that program, they are providing, we've got some funding in there for some title assistance for individuals who really need those repairs but are having some challenges with their title. So we'll work with them to try to get those issues resolved if we can, to make sure that we can do repairs on those homes. We are funding Share the Pennies for weatherization improvements. That could be window replacement, HVAC, insulation, those sorts of things. And then I put this on here, but as I'm talking through it, I'm wondering if I should or should not have. We, City of Memphis, are working with different individuals who've been referred. It is not through the ARPA funding, but we are trying to address any weatherization needs for individuals who are referred for different home repair programs. One note about the weatherization, those improvements cannot be made until the repairs are made on the home. And so it's a way to, one, leverage funds, but then also to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck in terms of repair. And there is some funding available, or there will be some funding available for other agencies to participate through the Housing Trust Fund later this year. So generally the process, there are 2 different ways that people can enter the program. One is the agency, one of those agencies that I listed before, will receive a referral from HCD. Those referrals are generally coming from city council members and partners. The other way is that an individual can submit an application through the normal process, and we're trying to balance the number of referrals we get to also make sure there are some funds available for individuals who hear about the program through the news or through church members, whatever, so that we've got that pot of funding. After the person enters the program, regardless as to if they enter as a referral or if they go through a self-application process, they go through a typical process, similar process. Applications are screened. You can see there, we make sure they meet the income requirements, age requirements, any other program requirements like owning your home. We determine the repairs needed, and so individuals will tell us up front how many what type of repairs they need, and then that is certified through the next step, which I'll get to, which is initial inspection. So we go out, and I'm saying it's the program. The program goes out, inspects the house, makes sure and documents what repairs are needed, prices the repairs, and then develops a scope of work to determine the work that should be performed. There's a process where we would talk to the client and agree on, so you said these things need to be done. We agree and sign the paperwork and say that you will participate in the program. The work is completed. Sometimes it can be completed with one contractor, depending on the type of work. Sometimes it may be multiple contractors if you have an HVAC issue, a roofing issue, and some other issue. So that process happens, and then the program will file for reimbursement with us. On the back end, we work with the agency for any reporting or reconciliation related to the program. So that's generally the process. I'm sure I'm missing a step or sub-step in there, but that's generally how you get from start to finish. So where are we now? We received about 131 requests for referrals for repair. And I just wanted to call out, not all of those, we have the full contact information. And so we've got about 89 phone numbers out of those 131s, but we do have addresses for all individuals. The most are roofs and windows. There are a couple of electrical issues or kind of more minor, or they're not necessarily minor, but one-off types of repairs. But the majority of folks are looking for roofs or windows. The majority of people are seniors. There are some people who fall into that 50 to probably 60 range where we know typically senior programs would not accept them, but we do have opportunity in this program to service those individuals. And then I did want to call out, we have a couple of folks who have been referred who are looking for more cosmetic work. So they're looking for painting, they're looking for kitchen cabinets. We would still go out to their house and see if there are any other repairs that need to be made, but we do want to make clear that it's a critical home repair program. We're not doing cosmetic repairs through this funding. And then I will say, where are we? We have started the referral process with these agencies. So what's happening now is we are verifying the applicants for income. We are verifying and vetting the types of repairs that they have requested. And then shortly thereafter, once we make sure they meet the income requirements, we will do a pre-inspection, which is to go out and really start that process of creating that work order to determine what type of work should be made. Since we did, I would say the program has ramped up fairly recently. What we would like to do is at the end, we just started quarter 2. So at the end of the second quarter, come back and report our progress as to how many people have been served, where folks are in the pipeline through this funding. And I think I've got one more slide. And so how to apply, 2 different ways. Home901.org resources has all of the programs that we are working with, in addition to our city program, the weatherization program that's not being funded by ARPA. And then people who need to call, they can call 211 and be routed to home repair places. And then as always, y'all continue to receive referrals, people in need, and then can continue to send that to our office directly. That is the presentation and where we are on home repair. I'm happy to answer, Chair, any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ford.
Look, I appreciate you very much. I'm back on habitats. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I've had a lot of people that have received information. They've got information from Habitat, and they're supposed to call them. Habitat won't even answer the phone. Okay? They've had a schedule, but no one ever answered the phone to help none of the people that they're supposed to be serving.
One, I'm unfortunate to hear that. I will say, I know that Habitat had a call-in on April 14th, and they accepted a certain number of applicants and applications. I think just really, this is a really specific instance, but I do think they were having some phone issues on that specific instance. I will say just generally, we are encouraging people to go through that process, but then we're also have a direct line, of communication with Habitat for these referrals. And so we can certainly work with them and try to figure out and determine, what might be going on, how we can help support any customer service issues related to the phone answers. But I think, Councilman, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think what might have been going on was that call-in date, and they were having the phone issue with the high volume of people who called their phone.
Well, all of them called all day trying to get it. None of them got through, okay? Nobody just answered the phone.
Okay.
Okay, it just ring, ring, ring. So I don't know who may have gotten through, but all these people that I knew none of them got through, and they called all day. I told you once before I got an issue with them, okay?
Okay.
Because first of all, when they were answering the phone, they didn't talk nicely to people, especially elderly people, and I have issues with that. This $5 million, I wanted to go to help these people. I don't want it to go to Habitat or nobody else. I'd like to have a list of everybody that y'all supposed to have, each and every name. I think you said you had, 131?
Yes, sir.
I need everybody's name.
Yeah.
I need everybody's name and the amount in which we're looking at trying to help them. Because actually, it's been known that y'all going to only serve 200 people. 200 people, and I end up, that means everybody's going to be $25,000 a piece to do that 5 million. Everybody should not need the 25.
I agree with that, yes, sir.
Yeah, and all, and I need to know exactly where everything is going, because like I said, the ones that's supposed to have, they nobody answering the phone, but they got everything other than them to answer their phone. Okay, everything needed, and hey, and even they sent the number for them to call on these dates, like what you're saying, but nobody answered the phone. Okay, they should have more than one phone. Okay, now let me ask you, I'm off of them. Now, what are the works? Where are they getting money from? Are they getting part of this 5 million?
Yes, sir.
How much are they getting? And I need to know how much y'all tried to give to Habitat.
They are receiving, I believe it's 500,000 of the funds.
Just only 500,000. Okay. And what are they supposed to be doing?
It's the same thing, and so they're doing critical home repairs as well. The difference in their program is that they are providing some title assistance for people who are having title issues. So, for example, folks who leave their home into a bunch of other people's names. We're hoping to resolve some of those issues and not let that be a barrier to receiving home repair.
I'm good. I just need to know, I need to list and what amount of money that they're going to be using.
Okay. Yes, sir. We can get that to you.
Each and every one, because, hey, if whoever's on that list, if they didn't answer the phone on them, I don't want it to go to Habitat. I'm having issues with it.
That makes sense. Yes, sir.
I've had issues with it, okay? But I need to know.
Okay.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilman. Please note for the record, Councilman Warren, Councilman Jones have joined us. Council Lady Johnson's in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you. I guess this afternoon, let's see. My question is, I'm assuming this is strictly for property, owners of property.
It is for owner-occupied homes, yes.
Okay. So that title issue that you mentioned there would be for...
So they will still be owner-occupied, and usually it is, and Councilwoman, I know you've seen this in your line of work, but I might be on the title, but I'm also on there with my brother, sister, all the people who the home was passed down to me. And so in cases like that where we can work with the other relatives who are on the title to get that title into the person's name who's actually owning the home, then that's how the title assistance would work.
Why wouldn't you give it to everybody?
Well, in some cases we can, in some cases we are able to get all of the parties to agree and say sign off on this one project. In other cases, people don't want to have anything to do with it. And so we're just keeping ourselves open for that opportunity.
But you're not placing any liens on any property?
We are doing a 5-year restrictive covenant, and the amount, it gets a little detailed, but the amount decreases each year by a certain percentage. It's not 20%, whatever the math is on that. But if you get $7,000 and it's written specifically into your covenant, then it decreases each year. And we're doing that because not to penalize people, but we want to make sure you don't get this repair work and then turn around and sell the house, and reap the benefit.
Okay, I thank you. That was my question.
All right, thank you very much, Council Lady. Any other councilman seeking recognition? Seeing none. Council Lady Logan has joined us. Hello. Seeing none. Thank you. We'll go. Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to item 1. We have about 15 minutes, so no pressure. And I think this one's going to take a minute, but I've only got 15 minutes before meeting, so Councilman Jones, if you could jump in. Review of update on housing policy plan, all council districts requested by the administration. Director Zeta, Director Cash, you have the ball.
All right, give me 1 second to load this up. Please.
Good afternoon, council members. John Zena, Director of Planning and Development. Just a brief bit of background while the presentation's coming up. About a year or so ago, I began working with then HCD Director Paul Young to look at preparing this housing policy plan that built off of a couple of things that had been recently done. The first being our Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan and how we could develop more specific recommendations related to housing policy, particularly housing affordability and housing choice within our community. Also, HCD had at that time very recently completed a very strong report in terms of cataloging some of the impact in terms of the housing crisis coming through the COVID pandemic. And then finally, our two divisions had worked on a joint fair housing study. And the reason why my division is involved in that type of activity, you may or may not know, of course, us being a joint city-county division, the county's housing department is part of my division. We have similar responsibilities as HCD, primarily focused in areas of the county outside of Memphis. It's not fair to say that it is the equivalent of HCD because our resources are far less than what HCD has available, but they are two like departments and they have like programs. And so one of the primary reasons we wanted to work together on this policy plan was to think about how our two divisions could be in alignment from a land use point of view, but also from a funding and financing point of view, so that we could address what is a very significant issue in our community that needs as much attention and resources as possible. The last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Ashley, Director Cash, is that I think, as we can all recognize, housing is a very complex and multidimensional issue. And so our focus here is really to zero in on a few objectives, needs, and recommendations that will allow us to take action in the short term towards working towards housing affordability and housing choice. And so to that end, we hope this is a start to numerous efforts along the way on how we address these issues in our community. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ashley.
Thank you, Director Zena. And so what I just wanted to talk about were the guiding priorities of the plan. We are driven by these 4 priorities: improving housing quality, supporting home ownership, diversifying housing stock, and then increasing quality low-income housing. Really, as Director Zena said, coming out of the 3.0 process, just learning our needs in our community, understanding that the current supply of what we have is not really, not as appropriate or as needed for our current population. And so people need homes that are a little bit more affordable. People need homes, obviously, that are in better shape and better quality, and we need ways to make sure that people can invest in their homes, to maintain in their homes. Related to home ownership, we all know that we've seen a lot of the signs around town, but the city and cities as a whole are moving towards more renters in their neighborhoods, and so we want to make sure that we really strengthen that home ownership component, make sure that there are supports in place for certainly for renters, but supports in place so that people can graduate into that home ownership cycle and then stay there and maintain there as long as they want to. Really looking at diversifying the housing stock, we have really two sides of the coin. We've got the big multifamily that we're all used to seeing, and then we've got a lot of single family in our city. We don't have a lot of what's generally coined missing middle, so we don't have a lot of quadplexes. There's a decent amount of duplexes that are maintained, on a scale. Townhomes, just different types of housing that can really support, one, the density that our city needs to support transit and other things, but then also can support affordability. Developments can go further, especially affordable developments. And then really speaking to increasing the quality of low-income housing, making sure that people, a lot of people have cheap places to stay, but making sure that they're cheap, safe, affordable, and the quality that we would all want to live in.
Inexpensive places.
Inexpensive. Did I say cheap?
You said inexpensive.
There's a C word in there. Just
making sure that it meets our budgets. Thank you, Councilman. And one item that I just wanted to talk about really was our approach as well. And so 3 prongs, really looking at economics, access to financing, and then what the public and private commitment is. And so we know that working in collaboration, we can influence the structural barriers, making sure we have a healthy housing market. And really looking at that, if we think about the economics of housing, it costs more to build and rehab a home than the home is actually worth in more areas. And so it makes it harder to encourage development in a lot of those places. And so through the housing policy plan, what we want to do is, one, uncover those items, but then also make sure we're making recommendations to improve that. Related to financing access, I think this is actually really interesting. There's a significant portion of property owners in Shelby County that just cannot access housing financing. And that's for a number of reasons. One, it may be that they are looking for a lower value loan product and it's just harder to find from the banks. We know we've got a pretty significant amount of historic bankruptcy in the area. And so just thinking through how we can help people, one, overcome that challenge, but never get in that situation in the first place. We think we have opportunities for, or I would say our challenge, and one thing that we want to look at are the risk averseness of banks. And so we know naturally they need to be protective of their cash, but how can we as a city county design policy programs and supports to make sure that we are still providing that financing? And then last, I'll just talk about the public and private commitment. We know, and I think all of y'all on here know, that the government just cannot do it all. And so the government has a lot of programs. We've got a lot of nonprofits who are working in this space of housing. We have a large philanthropic community that is also providing funding, and we want to make sure that those efforts are coordinated, and they're coordinated against under a strategy, and we think the housing policy strategy and housing policy plan is that strategy. With that, Director, I'll turn it to you.
All right, thank you. So following up on that background and approach, just as I said, we are focused in on a few areas where we're looking to take action in the short term. And those align with those three categories that Director Cash mentioned. The first category related to housing economics, there are recommendations in three different areas. One is reforming land use regulations. The regulations that govern our development of land, primarily our zoning code, obviously play a role in terms of the availability of land and the price points for land that may be available for new housing. And particularly as it relates to the ability to provide a diversity of housing types, the zoning code plays a big role in that. And so within the policy plan, there are a number of recommendations related to things like accessory dwelling units, related to things like the size of the lot that is permitted to build a new home. There are recommendations related about which districts we would allow things like quadplexes, to use Ashley's example. So some of those areas we find that there are opportunities to improve our development code, and we would like to bring proposals to that end by the end of the year so that we're able to address that. On sort of a longer term point of view, there are other areas where we have recommendations. One of the items that Director Cash mentioned is that a lot of land that is entangled, often is entangled because of cloudy or unclear title to property. A lot of times those properties wind up in either BAM or the Shelby County Land Bank. Those two agencies we're encouraging through this plan need to work together, leverage each other's strengths, but maybe more importantly, have the ability to work through the process of clearing title so that as they're transferring property, there's greater opportunity to redevelop for more productive use within neighborhoods. The next item is on tax reform. There is the ability within state code for lower income homeowners to be able to achieve a property tax assessment, as well as elderly homeowners. One of the things that we'd like to look at, and again, this is a longer term action, but what we'd like to look at is the opportunity to leverage what's already in the tax code to be able to incentivize home repair. because in many cases, the value of home repair that's done, especially in a property that's lower valued in terms of its market rate, that value of home repair doesn't often get to a point where the value of the home after the repair it achieves the market appraisal. And then finally, financing and funding, similar to what Director Cash mentioned, working with private and philanthropic partners so that we can collaborate among our two departments, city and county government, but also work with banking, CDFIs, philanthropic organizations to help better guarantee repairs, particularly in areas where repairs are most needed. And then finally, some of the priority actions from that that we'll begin working on: the title clearance. That's a start in year one, accomplish over the course of 2 to 5 years type of action, but working with those partners that I mentioned. Working to dedicate new and significant funding for affordable housing, and that's not just working with our private partners, but also state and federal government as well. There are tax credits that are available, such as the low-income housing tax credit, as well as the community investment tax credit that, in our opinion, Memphis and Shelby County don't see our fair share in terms of what is allocated across the state. So working with our state partners to determine how we get in better position to take advantage of those funding streams, because especially when it comes to state and federal dollars, what we are able to invest in housing from a local government perspective is dwarfed in comparison to state and federal dollars. Working to update the land use regulations to lower cost to create housing, as I described a moment ago, and then again, working with our partners to help expand lending to new and existing homeowners, and then consolidating our programs. So this is just a brief overview of the overall picture of what the policy plan looks like. We're happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. I would anticipate that we will be at a point where we can complete our draft within the next month. And so if there is a desire for us to come back and dive deeper, we certainly can do that as well.
All right. Thank you very much, directors. I'm going to go ahead. I've got a 1:30. We're going to go ahead and meet out there real quick. Councilman Jones, would you chair my committee? Sure. You and Councilman Warren are in the queue. Councilman Warren was first. This is the last item on the agenda. You have the ball.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been looking into, I guess, trying to see what we do with blighted properties. And I spoke with people, I think, from the Blight Authority of Memphis and for the Land Bank. And it seems like part of the problem that we have is we're not really able to plan things because we don't know when things are going to come back on the market for our use. And it seems instead of being able to work with the county trustee and plan, things just come up randomly. Is that the situation, or am I describing that correctly?
I think coming up randomly is a fair way to describe it. You're right. There is a calculation in terms of the trustee and how they place things on the tax sale. That sometimes there seems to be some uncertainty in terms of what ends up getting placed and when. But one of the things that contributes to that, or at least contributes to when something gets placed on tax sale, has to do with the redemption period. And so that is one thing that is recommended within our study, is to look at ways that we can shorten the redemption period so that those properties that could be moved into one of the land banks can do so quicker and with a little bit more clarity, so that we're able to get them to productive use faster.
Well, yeah, as I was looking at it, it seemed to me like it would be much more beneficial if we could, go neighborhoods at a time, or a street at a time, as opposed to houses just willy-nilly all over the city. And I didn't know if that needed regulatory change to be able to allow that to happen. After talking to the trustee, she was telling me that, well, there's no way I can get together with anybody and try to work with them because I have to do this randomly. And I'm not sure that's always been how it's been done. And I was wanting to know if you had any experience with that.
I'm not sure what the authority of the trustee's office is in terms of whether they can dedicate areas to work in, in one area at a time. I do know once it gets into particularly the county land bank, they have done that before where they essentially, put a hold on an area and then work towards redevelopment in a more coordinated way in those targeted areas. And
so that ends up after the properties have been released and the land bank holds it until they get enough properties to do it?
That's right. And what you're suggesting is that there be a step before that during the process of getting onto the tax sale.
Well, I think
that is something that we could investigate as we're looking into some of these issues related to redemption period and so forth.
I guess that if we do that, I think it makes sense if we're trying to plan proactively how to do this. And if we need statutory regulatory relief in the state level for the trustee to be able to do that, that may be something we need to put into our agenda when we go to Nashville next year. Thank you.
Any colleagues, other colleagues with any questions? I have a quick question. Coming up with this housing plan, what do you anticipate to be, and I know this is, is hypothetical at this point, what would be a fiscal note that's associated with this? Because I asked that particularly for the aspect of using what would be public funds to help guarantee. And I know that would be, before we've had this housing crisis or inflationary period on the current housing stock, I know of banks would not lend many banks wouldn't lend under $50,000. And at a time, we had a lot of homes here that could have been owner occupied during that time. So what type of commitment would we want to make? And this is something that I would support, knowing that there are certain loans that banks wouldn't touch, but if they had some type of public incentive behind it, they may be a little bit more amenable to something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I'll answer up front. We don't have the answer to what the fiscal note is, but I think you're on to something. And what we have talked about is there are a lot of challenges, and we don't anticipate getting a lot of new money. And so, how can we transform the way that we are spending and allocating our existing funds? And then I think you touched on another piece. How can we start to unlock some of that private equity and private financing that really is going to make the huge difference? We talked about home repair a little bit earlier today, and there are a lot of people who need home repair and they need it to be grants, but there are a lot of folks who are able to get who could get a loan if they could get approved for a loan. There's a market for those people. And so we want to make sure that we have those relationships with the banks, with the philanthropic agencies, to start to figure out how we can fill in the gap on what government is not going to be able to do and what we know we're not going to get a huge surplus of funding for.
Okay. And then from the stock, we are not in the business of building homes either, and still knowing that and colleagues, I just want to say this too. It still goes back to our income challenge here and having low incomes. It's income that drives market values. If I make $70,000, well, I can qualify for a higher home than I would be able to if I made $50,000. And so until we take, I think, strong steps to address that, we still are going to be facing this because it is going to take more to build or even to rehabilitate than some of these homes are worth. But it's still a product of our low housing costs. And so I think that we need to be aggressive with that. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. So excited. I can't wait to see the finished product. I do want to ask, you just mentioned, and I'm glad to hear you mention that you all are going to be leaning into the financial institutions or creating collaboration with them or some type of way in which we can leverage the dollars that they do have, because I'm very familiar with banks that are putting programs together for home repair. They have 1% interest on, but the numbers, the amount that they're willing to loan is really not enough to do much, but it's a step in the right direction. So are you saying that potentially it might be some collaborative where if there's a match, or we could come up with a match.
Yeah, I think that's a hope. I think what I am saying is, and I think those programs, Councilman, I think they go up to like $7,500, which if you can catch the repair, if you can afford it and catch it early enough, that may be enough. But if you're waiting 20 years, you're in the hole. But with that being said, we certainly can't commit the banks or make any promises. But I think what we want to do is present a strategy, a joint strategy, city-county strategy to say, here's how we feel like we want to address and improve affordable housing in our community. Here's your role. We've got a lot of really great partners in banks right now who are looking to invest, looking to figure out how their policies may be more supportive of what we don't understand or how we can market better on their behalf. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And who knows, there could be a match program in the future, and maybe you'll help us design that. But I think that's what we're just trying to do is say, how can we, one, do we have a strategy that we all agree on? How are we partnering to realize that strategy and vision? And then we all have a role to play in the affordable housing scenario. Yeah, please.
If I may, home repair, this gets to one of the other reasons why our two divisions needed to be in alignment on this. Both of us have, through city and county, home repair programs. They have different areas that they work. They have different eligibility criteria. They have different amounts that they will give, but they were not coordinated before now. So part of the issue is working together so that we're meeting different parts of the market, but also, and also addressing different needs. But then in areas where, the need extends beyond what we can do as our two agencies, in giving sort of directly for home repair. A great opportunity with banks, for example, would be something like, to guarantee loans to be paid back. So the government is essentially just playing the role of the backstop. So that would be, an example of how we would look at this sort of holistically across city can do, county can do, and then working together, how we entice banks to lend a little bit more aggressively into areas where it's needed most.
And I do think that, I did hear you say that your department or division deals with like non-incorporated areas, and HCD directly with city properties. And so, and you said you have a very small amount of money. So when you all combine or combine your efforts, how will we make certain that the areas that need the investment will continue to get the investment, as opposed to some other areas that, may have a little bit more bank investment or private investment? That's number one. And number two, I think this is a high priority considering how day by day the hedge funds are coming in and out-of-town investors. And I was sharing with colleagues earlier, we're watching our city just get eaten alive by these companies, and we have it seems like we're helpless to stop it. And so I do think that this is a priority, and I'm glad that you all are coming together so that, there can be a holistic approach to it and really put some teeth into making a change in this area.
Colleagues, this is a very good discussion. I'm disappointed that we only, we were got behind with our attorney-client privilege, but we still have more committees to go. I would ask that we would, if we could have this on the agenda, perhaps just for follow-up at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
Because the last thing I wanted to say too, you mentioned that this might be a month out, but with the council going into budget, we would want to hear from this. There could perhaps be some opportunities where we want to commit funds to do so. So I would think that I don't know how much we can speed it up, but still know that I think that this is something that seems like it's caught the attention of those that are here to do something like this. I would hope that we can during this project, because if y'all say we're working on this, but you bring something back from a fiscal note and it's the second meeting in June, we probably likely have already approved the budget, and so we're a whole year out before we can implement something like this. So I would hope that we can address that. Okay, good.
So they can come back?
Yes,
Come back.
in
Okay,
2 weeks.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before this committee? Seeing none, we will adjourn, and we'll have the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee meeting. Thank you.
You ready? Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:41, and the April 19th Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee is been set, called to order. We have one item, roll call. Ms. Crichton, please.
Members present, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Warren, Councilman Jones, Councilman Morgan, and Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda. It is a presentation on the monthly crime update from Memphis Police Department, all council districts, requested by Councilman Canale. And Chief Davis, come on up, and Assistant Chief Jones and Crow. You please give your name and address, and you all have the floor. Thank you all for being here today. Go right ahead. Unmute.
Carolyn J. Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
So thank you, Public Safety Committee Chairperson. Thank you very much, Councilmember Logan, for giving us an opportunity to give you an update on crime in the city of Memphis for the month of March. We'll also cover some of those first quarter statistics as well. Chief Crow will provide the presentation. His role is manager over our operations in the police department, and Chief Jones will also support in the presentation. His role is over administration and also criminal investigations division.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Don. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Don Crow, Assistant Chief of Police, Memphis Police Department, 648 Riverside. Hopefully you have your presentation in front of you. We're going to start by looking at the trend line. This trend line shows the Part 1 crimes starting in 2006. So as we've talked about, Part 1 crimes are the most serious crimes. It includes the violent crime, but it also includes property crimes such as larceny, motor vehicle theft, and burglary. So if you look at the black line, that was where the crime was at in 2006. The maroon line shows where crime was at in 2020. The blue line where crime was at in 2021. And of course, the red line in 2022. So you can see January was the same as 2020. February was slightly above 2020. March is above 2020, about even. Above 2021, about even with the year 2020. Next slide. This is looking at our violent crime rate. During the month of March, there were 760 violent crime incidents compared to 773 in March of 2021. That is a 2% decrease for that month. Year-to-date, 2,178 violent crime incidents compared to 2,190 in 2021. That is a 1% decrease in violent crime year-to-date. The next slide, slide 4, talks about murders. Year-to-date, this is as of the end of March, 55 murders compared to 58 murders at this point in 2021. That is a 5% decrease in murders. You'll notice that the non-Tiber criminal homicides, those are negligent homicides, 2 compared to 4, a 50% decrease. Justifiable homicides, 0% change at 9. Next slide, this is looking at our precincts. As you know, we divide our city into 9 uniform patrol precincts. So when we look at the month of March, 3 of the uniform patrol precincts showed a decrease in crime. That would be Ridgeway Station, Tillman Station, and Appling Farm Station. 6 of our precincts showed an increase of Part 1 crime for the month. That is a 4.5% increase in Part 1 crime for the month. Year to date, 2 of the precincts show a crime decrease, Rain Station and Ridgeway Station. 7 of our precincts are showing an increase in Part 1 crime for a 6.6% increase in Part 1 crime year to date. If you look at the next slide, these are the actual crime numbers. The columns on the left are the month-to-date numbers. If you'll notice there at the top, for the month, aggravated assaults were down 4%. We do break the aggravated assaults out into DV and non-DV aggravated assaults. For the month of March, non-DV aggravated assaults were down 9% compared to March of 2021. Year-to-date, aggravated assaults are down 7%. The non-DV aggravated assaults are down 12% year-to-date. The aggravated assault DVs are plus 3.7 year-to-date. You also notice auto theft was up for the month, 19% increase in auto thefts for March 2022 compared to March of 2021. Year-to-date, auto thefts are up 15%. And so we cannot get that message out enough that people have to stop leaving their cars unlocked. They have to stop leaving their cars running. They have to stop leaving the key fobs in those cars. The rest of the numbers I'll let you look at on your leisure. But again, if you go to the very bottom, it's the same totals that we saw on the previous page, that for the month, Part 1 crime up 4.5%. Year-to-date, Part 1 crime is up 6.7%. This is a more close-up look at the murders so far this year. Again, these are as of the end of March, 55 murders. We see that Rain Station has led with 14 murders, followed by Mount Moriah with 11 murders, followed by Austin Peay Station with 6 of the murders. Next slide, interstate shootings. As of the end of March, there have been 21 shootings on the interstate. That is led by Mount Moriah Station, followed by Rain Station. When you look at year-to-date interstate shootings, 21 incidents, but at this point in 2020, I've got my years backwards, 21 interstate shootings so far in 2022 compared to 36 at this point in 2021. That is a 42% decrease in interstate shootings so far this year. The next slide talks about guns that have been reported stolen in the city of Memphis. If you look at the bottom half of that slide, that is the year-to-date numbers. So far, 930 guns reported stolen. That is a 35% increase over 2021. Guns stolen in thefts from motor vehicle makes up over half of our guns that are reported stolen, 564 so far in 2022. That is a 49% increase over last year. The next slide talks about guns recovered. Again, if you look at the bottom half for the year-to-date numbers, number of guns seized, 1,555. That is a 35% increase over last year. Number of juveniles arrested for possessing firearms, 106. That is a 80% increase over last year. Overall, 1,343 adults and juveniles charged with illegal gun possession. That is a 62% increase over last year. And I just can't stress it enough that our officers each and every day are encountering armed people. They're able to de-escalate these situations. Just last night, we had Crump Station officers stop a car. The driver of the car took off running with a gun in his hand. The officers were able to chase him down and tackle him and take him into custody. He was a convicted felon in possession of a handgun. This is some information from our Communications Bureau. So for the month of March, they answered 56,730 911 calls. They answered 88% of those calls in 10 seconds or less. They also answered an additional 37,484 calls to the non-emergency number. That is the 545 COPS number. They were able to answer 93% of those calls in under 40 seconds. From those calls to dispatch, officers were dispatched on 43,033 events during the month of March. Response time to our priority calls, 6.9 minutes, which is really outstanding when you think of the geographical size of Memphis and the call load and workload our officers are facing. Also, never forget that Memphis was the first city in the state of Tennessee to have text to 911. So you can reach a 911 operator by texting to the number 911. They received 442 texts to 911 with the average response time to those texts of 7.6 seconds. So next we're going to talk about some of the highlights of the events. We're going to let Assistant Chief Jones.
An idea about the work that we're actually doing, and we really, I know you had the numbers all the time, but this is what the council needs to see. This is what the citizens need to see and know. And the numbers in my district are astounding. We need to spend some more money in Rains Road, out in Hickory Hill area. We have 2 stations, so we need to get some people involved and be able to track what's going on there. And guns in the hands of children, I don't know how we're going to get them out when the state says that anybody can carry them, and they stealing them for the people who can carry them. We got to have some different legislation around that. Council members, we need to put our heads together and work on that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And don't forget, in the year 2021, finally get my years correct, the year 2021, the Memphis Police Department responded to 839,000 events. So receive over 1.5 million calls to dispatch, and that created 839,000 events that our officers handled. But AC Jones will talk about the highlights.
All right.
Let me add something. To your point, Councilmember Robinson, the information that you have as it relates to 911, that's part of our new, what we call Power BI. It's a technology that we can aggregate data quickly to be able to share, not just with this committee, but also with our community members. We plan to have station meetings. Every station will have a community meeting monthly, and they will be providing some of that same data so that our community members know the calls for services, not just at a high level, but also for their specific communities.
Now, would that meeting be separate or different from the current partnership meetings?
Actually, we want every station to have their meetings, but we will continue to partner with the current meetings that are being held, the partnership meetings that we've spoken about.
Oh,
But we can provide that same information because some of those meetings are like neighborhoods. But we want the station to be able to speak to the entire community for Austin P, for Rain Station, for anyone that lives in that particular geographical area. They can come to that monthly meeting. But we will continue to have the meetings that are the partnership meetings as well.
Okay. You all can continue.
All right. Good afternoon. Sean Jones, 170 North Main. So last month we had the First Lady. She visited our city, and she came to Labana. Our tactical units and some of our other motors units were also participating in the security, working closely with the Secret Service. During that particular event, everything went off without a problem. Last month, we also hosted and honored all the females within the department, both sworn and civilian, and providing them with little trinkets, recognizing them for the International Women's History Month, which was very big in our department. We also attended various town hall meetings. We attended one at Kirby High School, met there with various members of the, even on the committee, council here. And I think that went well. Chief Davis spoke, just talked about crime and what was going on in our community and what we were doing to address some of the crime issues. One of the big things that we thought that we did to kind of help us to kind of mitigate some of the crime problems is we launched a new fugitive unit. And that unit's working closely with the Shelby County's FATS team as well as U.S. Marshals. And they've been training with them for about a month before we actually launched them. After we launched them, they were able to apprehend 62 people right off the bat as a result of that. What we realized is that even though the Sheriff's Office has its own fugitive team, but they have about 25,000 or more warrants that they have to try to process. So that means they really can't necessarily focus on ours all the time because they have the entire county. So we want to dedicate making sure that we can focus on apprehending those offenders who commit those violent crimes. Along with that, we were able to launch a Most Wanted web page. So when you go to our website, individuals from the public, they can reach out. They can give us tips, provide information on individuals where they, in terms of their whereabouts, and we go out and be able to be successful in terms of apprehending them. We also have launched several details in terms of the highway. We have got a lot of complaints about speeding on the expressway. We've been out to the expressway with Operation Safe Travels details that we've done where we got all of our highway teams to come together. We've been working closely also with Bartlett and being able to issue citations to individuals traveling along the roadway. So hopefully you've had the opportunity to see some of them out there with the blue lights on, making those apprehensions. Also, we've graduated another PST, a police service technician class, last month. And from a background standpoint, we've also been able to complete the backgrounds of about 51 new police applicants that'll come on board. We're working with HR for the onboarding process with those 51 applicants. And finally, we just hosted the National Defense University at our training academy as well. And that's some of the highlights that we did for the month of March.
Thank you so much for that presentation. The PST class.
So I think it was about 35 of those, 40 people in that PST class, but we'll get the actual numbers. But I think it's about 45 people in that class.
Okay, thank you. All right. Colleagues, y'all, are there any questions? The Morgan, Councilman Morgan in the queue. Okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. As I've been talking to people, something that I've heard more about over the last few years, and we really hadn't addressed in this committee, and so this is, but I think it's relevant, is they're talking about the double victimization of the process, where they're both a victim of crime, and then they feel like the justice system didn't serve them afterwards, and that's the double victimization part. That either they weren't paid attention to, or that person got out for a technical reason, or they just weren't able to work with the police and the DA's office in a meaningful way, and that hurt just as much as the original incident. So to that point, I want to talk and put on the mind of my colleagues a little bit where we have the crime statistics, and I'm just going to take, carjackings, for example, year to date, 84. That's the number of times there's been a victim. In those instances, I would like to start seeing more information on the back end about how many, charges we file in some of these crimes, and then ultimately what it leads to in terms of indictments as well. And I think that's really where the MPD responsibility probably falls off the most, because our officers are responsible for collecting the evidence, turn it over to the DA's office, filing the charges, and then testifying it in front of a grand jury to get that indictment and continuing to go to court. And I want to know all the way through the process of our involvement what justice the victims are seeing, not just the total number of victims that are being created in our community on a daily and weekly basis, but what justice are we seeing? And if I'm going to ask y'all, we don't have the statistics now, but y'all have got the experience, and especially Chief Crow having been here for decades. We look at these line charts of crime going up and down. If we were to pair that with the charges and with indictments, just generally speaking, how successful are we in identifying the individuals that are responsible and then holding them accountable? And where are we? Where is it going well? Where are we falling short, and how can we improve?
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. So, talking generalities, we know that basically we solve about 15% of the property crimes that occur in Memphis. Now, in the violent crime, we're well above the 30% range for overall violent crime. And then you look into individual crimes. Unfortunately, I don't know the carjacking statistics off the top of my head, but I believe it's well over 40%. Just this past week, officers from Tillman Station responded to a call from a state agency advising they were tracking a juvenile suspect with an ankle bracelet that was wanted for crimes in Mississippi. He was stationary in Tillman Station. They get to the car. He takes off running from the car. He's able to elude capture. Shortly after that, he cuts the ankle bracelet off, throws it away, and the tracking goes dead. But in the backseat of that car was an 18-year-old. He was taken into custody. That car was stolen. The 18-year-old confessed to 8 felony crimes, a combination of carjackings, robbery of individuals, and motor vehicle thefts. And he identified the 17-year-old as a co-defendant, participant in those crimes with him. So the Violent Crimes Unit, the Precinct Task Force, just do an incredible job hunting and capturing and arresting and charging. I know our Violent Crimes Unit is very frustrated with the number of juveniles involved in the carjackings, especially the repeat juveniles who they've handled in the past.
Thank you very much. And yeah, so I want those numbers to be front of mind for people. 15% on property crimes, about 30% on violent crimes. And as we build back up our police department in terms of its number and our investigative services, this is, I think, an area where we can begin to reduce crime in Memphis by making sure that 70% in violent crime that aren't being indicted or charged or held accountable aren't continuing to create and terrorize neighborhoods and create future victims. So,
Councilmember Morgan,
I just want to use the opportunity to elevate that as a part of this conversation.
I want to make sure I know what you want. Do you want statistics on the court dispositions of these particular cases that we send forward? We're also keeping track of clearance rates too, for our investigations, but are you speaking mostly to see whether or not these individuals are actually seeing their day in court and something being done?
And I understand clearance and indictment is a different number and conversation. I'm a sucker for information. I'd be happy to see it all. But
okay. Yeah, well, clearance rates is something that we absolutely have metrics that we've set. We want our investigators to be able to clear cases as well. Right now, they're above the national average in clearing, but the key is also the prosecution and whether or not the disposition is one that is satisfactory to the victims.
And believe me, I'm having this conversation with our partners at the DA's office across the street as well about how many cases that are brought to them that are null processed every year, where its charges are filed, but they don't feel the evidence is even there to support them going forward. And so I think that is somewhere between a county and city government where there can be improvement in communications and training with officers about just how to make a case and how to make it stand. So that we ultimately, what can happen is, in the best interest of the victims and that they can have some justice.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. And I agree, the dash, it's almost like a dashboard that we have here of what the data is very helpful. My first question is, of the 911 calls, 56,000, and the cops call, do we have an idea of how many of those 911 probably should have gone to the cop calls? And probably what I'm getting at too, I would imagine that we've been touting the non-emergency number for a while. I look at this number, don't know from whence we came, but it would appear that we tend to be having more of the non-emergency calls going to the 545 cops. I see the numbers here, kind of impressed with them, but just looking at it in isolation, I don't know in which direction we're headed.
So we
Definitely can get that. That's in my shop, so we definitely can get that, and we'll have that the next time, definitely. But we can get this information as well.
Great. And then my next question is looking at those rates of solving sort of the violent crimes of 15 and 30. That's also a number in isolation. What has been the historical high, if you would? So if we've been at 15 for a number of years, or we were at 70 and then we're down to 15, that's a different issue versus if we've never been above 25. So those are just numbers. I would like better context so I can understand them a little bit more completely.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can break it out. Actually, we can break it out by crime category. Okay. How many robberies have we cleared? What's our clearance rate for robberies? What's our clearance rate for homicides, instead of lumping all those crimes in one category? But we can absolutely break that down too.
But also over time too.
Exactly.
Right. So
comparing year to date
correct.
In previous years.
Yeah. But very helpful report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council members? Before, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you for the report. Information, obviously, like this is always kind of helpful just as a litmus test of where we're tracking. And there's hard data and then there's narrative. And right now, I'd say we're probably losing the narrative battle out in the public, fair or not. And so, we're responsible for the entire city, but obviously the most prominent things for us occur in and around the downtown area as we head into our highest tourism season, and obviously with the Grizzlies in the playoffs. And so I know that, I think right before Chief Davis came on, we commissioned a report from Deloitte to talk about efficiencies and manpower, and you've been here for roughly a year, coming up on a year. We had a year?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, 1 year in. So now you own the police department.
Yeah, it's mine.
That's yours. So since we're running behind today, I'd love to get some time, one individually with you, but I think with the council, just to kind of talk about how you feel the last year has gone, what you think you've learned. One of the big reasons for bringing you in is your, not only your intelligence and your ability, but also your outside perspective. So the things that the Memphis Police Department has done right over the years and the things that it can improve on, I won't say wrong, but the things that we can improve on. And also just back to the Deloitte study, what are we implementing and when are we implementing a lot of those recommendations, like how we file paperwork, et cetera. I think a lot of those are helpful things. And then, of course, I'm sure we're going to hear later today when the mayor presents his budget, how we're going to continue to attack boots on the ground and recruiting. I think we ended up in this narrative of, we keep saying, it's not more cops, like we're growing our police department, but we're not. We're flat. And we're doing everything in our power. And I know, pay is a big one, and we're going to talk about that. But ultimately, there are things that are in our control and things that aren't. How much we pay and bonuses are in our control, whether people take them or not. But how we operate as efficiently as possible and what we're doing right and wrong is within our control. And so I'm very excited and interested to hear your opinion in a couple weeks when we reconvene, just so you've got time to prepare for that. But it's like, as I said, and I mean that more respectfully, you've been here a year. We're ready for you to tell us, what do you think? Absolutely. And what can we do better? So, because I know from people that I hear, the incidences that go on in and around downtown, you can't stop somebody from crimes of the moment, but we certainly need to have show of force, right? We need to have as much presence as we can, utilize as much technology as we can. And sometimes we're just bound by the amount of people that we can put on the ground, whether that's an overtime number or a salary number or just a general, we don't have enough people that can be there during that shift. I think one of the things that concerns me the most that people don't really appreciate is when we talk about manpower, we don't have as many officers as we'd like to have covering certain parts of Memphis, and that's a problem. Yeah. And so I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about that. I know the council certainly wants to see the crime trends, and I know everybody keeps saying it's a national problem. Like, the labor markets are a national problem, but we want to be the best at combating that. We want to be the most competitive compensation package in the country. We want to be the most well-run and efficient organization in the country. We want to have the best training and the best hiring practices. And, Councilman Morgan said this time and time again, I've heard other members say it. My responsibility and our responsibility is not to be the director of the police department. Our responsibility is to hear you tell us what you need and go and find those resources
and make sure that you have every tool that you need, whether it's salary or technology or ordinance, or if we need to go up to the state level to talk about drag racing, we're here to do those things. So really first off, thank you, and really look forward to a couple weeks getting downloaded on, CJ Davis, a year in review.
Well, we have plenty to talk about, so I look forward to that update, and I do agree. We've had these conversations over the last few weeks about our downtown space. It's not just here in Memphis, but if you lose your downtown, you lose your city. And we need to put our resources in our downtown space and in our communities, but the face of the city is our downtown space. When people come to visit, they need to feel secure. And right now, we have not staffed downtown. We haven't considered the environmental issues in the downtown space, the lighting issues in the downtown space that I think we've been talking about since I've been here. How do we change that? But I think as we have met with the Downtown Commission, there's some progress that's being made as it relates to lighting up our downtown, making it a safer place, and also increasing not just the police staffing, but also augmenting it with regular staffing to ensure people don't have weapons in our downtown space as well. So I know we ran over, but thank you all for the support that you've provided to the Memphis Police Department and giving us an opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
So when you all return, if you could, I know you all, the information that you gave, if you could kind of lean into how we're using the data that we're tracking for each precinct, and if there's a trend there, what are we doing to mitigate those trends in the different precincts? If one precinct is experiencing, a trend in something, how are we mitigating that as well? If you all could bring that back as well, we really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the presentation and for all that you're doing. And happy anniversary.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you all.
Any other questions, comments? If nothing else, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
muted. Okay, there we go. It is 2:17. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, do what you do.
Councilman Morgan. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Smiley.
I'm here. All right, we have 7 items on the agenda. We're going to try to get through it pretty quickly. We're behind schedule, approximately 18 minutes. All right, item number 1, ordinance amending ordinance number 5459 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, so as to make certain changes with regard to permitted days operation for breweries within tasting rooms. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. Can I get a motion in a second?
I move it.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Jones. The floor is yours, Councilman.
Colleagues, what you have in front of you, as you may know and have noted, that a number of different microbreweries have popped up in the city. And if you look at a city, say like Denver, this is a whole cottage industry. You have a lot of jobs offered in here. And so it was brought to my attention that we sort of have disparate rules. So for instance, there's one that's on North 2nd. They have different rules, and welcome, Ms. Whitehead, we talked about this side. They have different rules. So what this aims to do is try to bring some consistency across all. Now, this is not looking at other types of businesses like liquor stores. This is just those that would be the breweries that have what's called tasting rooms. And what this aims to do is just bring some alignment as it relates to what's permitted at these establishments, particularly when we talk about the hours of operations on Sundays. They're somewhat consistent throughout the rest of the week, but it's just these particular businesses, they're not nightclubs, they're not bars and grills, but still trying to have some consistency with those. And so we have someone who's familiar with our zoning laws is Mr. Josh Whitehead. And
Administrator, I'm not sure what his title is now.
Esquire.
Esquire, okay.
So I would, Mr. Chairman, if you would recognize Mr. Whitehead.
Mr. Whitehead, so good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead with Birch Porter Johnson, 130.
With who?
Birch Porter and Johnson.
Trying to get used to that.
I used to be somebody, now I'm just a lawyer.
You make a lot more.
Well, more. Our sponsor, Councilman Jones, gave a good summary of this piece of legislation. Right now, there is a limitation on not only, primarily Sunday sales for microbreweries, which are defined as those breweries that create 25,000 barrels or less under the Tennessee Code annotated, and their proximity to certain residential districts. It's the residential districts that are kind of gray in the ordinance right now, and we have found that there are two competitors. I'm here representing Soul and Spirits, so this legislation would help them, but it would also help our two competitors who have been issued permits in contradiction to the current interpretation. So if they ever needed to re-up their permits or have any kind of insurance issues, this legislation clears it up. And what this legislation does is square the language on distance requirements between microbreweries with tap rooms, with bars, taverns, and nightclubs. We feel that that's appropriate. Whatever issues there may be between a proximity of a house and a nightclub are probably, if anything, less than a proximity with a microbrewery and tap room. So this primarily clears up the differing interpretation that is being performed by the city permits office, as well as it speaks to Sunday sales, and it limits Sunday sales to noon and later.
All right, any questions? Okay, Councilwoman Johnson. We know.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Still working hard, I see. Now, state for us exactly what hours are they working now that you're trying to get adjusted?
The primary hours of operation that are causing my client concern is, you may have seen them in the news, with me, by the way, with Soul and Spirit is Ryan Allen and his business partner and wife, Blair Perry. They are operating right now up there on North Main on Saturdays only, on the weekends. Mm-hmm. They were just in the news this morning, but more importantly, about a week ago, they got a grant from the Downtown Memphis Commission to help build a patio adjacent to their property. And that patio, under the current interpretation, will only be operating on Saturdays. So their primary motivation and our motivation is to operate on Sundays.
Saturday and Sundays.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other council members in the queue? Councilwoman Logan.
There's something about a 12 o'clock time.
Yes, ma'am. And the amendment, by the way, is on page 2 of this ordinance. And what we've done is we've placed the new language in bold italics. So on Sundays, the hours of operation for those microbreweries within close proximity of houses would be limited to noon to 10 p.m., but not before noon and not after 10 p.m.
Any other questions among this body? I also had just a brief chat with Attorney Wade. He doesn't seem to have any concerns as well. So I'll be voting for this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
There's an abstention by Logan. Can we make note of that? It appears that this item has approved. It'd be 3 readings. Absolutely. All right, item number 2. Thank you, attorney, administrator. I don't know what your title is.
Thank you.
Good job. See you, Josh. See you, Josh. Esquire. Absolutely. That's a good one. Item number 2. A resolution requesting the approval of sale of city-owned parcel in the amount of $2,225 located at 0 North Hollywood, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, and further described as parcel ID number 042050000031, District 7, Super District, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Johnson. Mr. Osborne, you know what to do?
I'm doing great. Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis real estate manager. This, all right, am I on?
Yes.
Okay. This sale was basically negotiated by my teammate, Patrick Duhon, and I'm going to turn it over to him for further discussion.
Patrick Duhon, right-of-way agent, City of Memphis Real Estate Department, 125 North Main Street, 5th floor. So this parcel, 0 North Hollywood, is being acquired, or we received an offer to purchase from Mr. John Perkins, who owns the 2 adjacent commercially zoned parcels next to this parcel. And what he intends to do is purchase this parcel for an administrative / storefront for his in-home healthcare business. This parcel was originally acquired in 1983 and by HCD, and we investigated, and there's no intended use for this. So we did a comparative analysis of land sales in the area, and we arrived at a price of $2,225 for this parcel.
Any questions by this council? I always look to my right because I know.
I think
Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
You said he's going to use it for in-house home health care?
Yes, ma'am. So just to kind of explain a little bit more about that. So what it will be is it's sort of his staging area and his administrative office for where he will do in-home healthcare visits.
But it's a vacant land we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. It's a vacant, 3 vacant lots. This will be the 3rd one. He owns 2 next to it already. And this lot's.
Are you planning on building?
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
you didn't say that. That's why I was trying to
I apologize.
figure out what was going on. Okay.
And we had spoken with Councilwoman Easter Thomas about this on Thursday, and she's in approval of, the use of the parcel, and she suggested that we do some sort of a deed restriction / stipulation that if in 10 years it's not being used as intended, we get the right to purchase it back.
Okay.
And have you made those suggested changes?
So after we get, the way it works is after we get the approval from you guys, that's when we draft the deed, and the deed will have those changes.
Okay. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 3, Resolution requesting the approval of sale of city-owned parcel in the amount of $3,500 located at 1617 Sydney Street, 38108, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, and further described as parcel ID number 043023000324, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second?
Move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Warren. The floor is yours.
I'm going to turn this one over to Patrick as well.
Patrick, you're having a good time today.
I am having
Thank
a blast.
you for joining us.
Pull up a seat here and live here for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Get you a pillow.
All right. So this property is 1617 Sydney Street. This parcel we received an offer to purchase from Miss Whitney Wiggins and Julius Thomas to purchase this parcel. Their family used to own this parcel, and it was acquired by HCD in 2005. Since then, HCD has had no use for the parcel, and they're wanting to purchase it back. What their intention is for the time being to put a community garden there until such time that they can put a house on the property. We did a market study for this property, and we arrived at a sale price of $3,500.
Ms. Osborne, go ahead.
I was just going to say we discussed this with Ms. Councilwoman Easter Thomas as well. She has no objections to it, so we're asking for your approval on this.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Item number 4, I believe. Discussion regarding resolution requesting. Everybody got that? Oh, it's everybody. It's not just you. All right. Discussion regarding the resolution requesting approval of sale on city-owned parcel. Property located at 1200 North Parkway Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104, formerly known as Frame Shop, parcel ID number 021098000016, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104, District 7, Super District 8, requested by Councilman Carlisle, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Don't need one as a discussion. Councilman Carlisle, yes, sir? The floor is yours.
Here. I think this was requested, but on behalf of Councilwoman Easter Thomas. If I recall, that this is a potential sale to a user that's going to, and I'm going to misuse the term here, but some sort of senior care facility, and the concern from Councilwoman Easter Thomas was that it would turn into more of a boarding house and kind of that issue. And so I think what we did here was, one, we want the deed restriction in place. And I think we were talking 5 or 10 years. And then 2, to have the purchaser come and explain to the council, and really Councilwoman Easter Thomas, what the intended use was going to be, not necessarily only from a zoning standpoint, but like pragmatically day in, day out, like what the use was going to be. I think, is that about right? Remember that? Yeah, okay.
So the potential purchaser of this property, Ms. Seda Ali, is here today, and she can come and explain to council what her intended use is. Ms. Ali, if you would come up to the front here.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's Easter Thomas is not here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas isn't here. This is on tonight's agenda, though, right? Yeah. So let's do this. Ma'am, if you'll come back at our 3:30 meeting when this item is heard, Councilwoman Easter Thomas will be here, and you can say it directly to her, and we're crunched for time. Yeah, so let's just move on.
Sit it down with no recommendation. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Item number 5. Resolution transferring $500,000 of contract construction allocations and appropriations from CIP GS 21102 electrical major mod to project CIP GS 21104 major mod HVAC contract construction. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Jones. I haven't seen you in forever, Director. The floor is yours, good sir.
I know. How are you doing?
Doing well.
All right. Antonio Adams, Director of General Services. So we, in typical fashion, when we have a few projects that we have a small savings and we are able to close, we try to reallocate those projects to some projects that have some funding needs. So we had some electrical projects that we were able to have some savings in. And then, of course, we had some HVAC projects, particularly the McWhirter Senior Center and the indoor firing range in need of some financial funding, and we need $500,000 to complete those particular projects. We're asking for the reallocation of that funding to those particular projects in the tune of $500,000, and we request your approval.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 6, you again.
Yeah.
Resolution transferring $1,562,315 of allocations and appropriations from CIP GS 01010 ADA for facility compliance to project CIP GS 01049 Coke facility adaptive reuse District 4 Super District sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Carlisle. You are late. How'd you Councilman? Director Adams, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Again, several years ago, we did ask for some funding regarding some projects we had relative to ADA compliance. Now, again, these projects are relative to ADA compliance are never complete. However, there is a dire need to complete and initiate, and start the Coke fueling project. If you all recall, we need to relocate the St. Jude fueling station, which is at 671 St. Jude. We've sold that location to St. Jude Hospital, and we need to vacate. We need to replace the central fueling operation in the city, and we've identified the Coke location as where we're going to replace that fueling station. We've had several iterations of bidding, and right now, the funding that we've identified, unfortunately, exceeds our bids, and we've identified this funding. We don't have active projects in that particular line. We are asking to reallocate that funding to this particular project, complete this project, and start the relocation of this fueling station.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so I'm trying to go quickly because we're super out of time. This was not contemplated in the original scope of work for the Coke. I hate calling it that. They bounced on us to West Memphis, but for the Coke facility. So this was not in that scope.
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So, and then what was the original estimate for relocating the fuel facility wherever it was going to go?
$2.5 million.
So the original scope was 2.5.
Yes, sir.
And we didn't. So what was earmarked for the original 2.5?
It was originally earmarked at 2.5. Bids came in around 3.8.
Got it. So this is for okay. So bids are at 3.8.
Yeah.
And then how much is left over in the ADA compliance line item by transferring this out, since it's kind of a rolling?
Be zeroed out.
So I assume in the mayor's budget we're going to see another president in town. So now, I'm just curious what's going to happen in that line item.
So at this point, and this is our thought and continued thought, is ADA compliance is not just going to be an afterthought. It's just going to be a way of life. Design, construction will be compliant. So it's not going to be one of those things that we have to now catch up. The ADA compliance line was one first thought of and addressed when I first came on board in 2006, and that was because we were sued. Yeah, we had to catch up.
Legacy is consent, legacy.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so now that we have becoming compliance, it is now just a way of life, and we are going to, from design to construction to just operationally, that's just going to be the way that we operate.
Seems like a wise thing to do. Last question. What did we sell that land for to St. Jude?
Oh, wow. I'd have to get back with you. It's been some years ago that we sold it.
What happened to that pocket change?
We've reallocated that. Okay. Oh, $3 million, and we use that to actually pay for a fire station.
All right. I'll yield.
How are you?
Okay, you're relocating it to over there in the fairground area.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a good location for all other activities that's going to be taking place over there?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, what we took in consideration is we've sold the Union Avenue precinct as well. So we've taken that fueling station and that precinct offline as well. So you take 671 St. Jude and you take the Union Avenue precinct, those two fueling stations offline, and that fleet activity offline. We combine those at 499 Hollywood. That at that particular location, we relocate the fleet activity at Hollywood. You do have your Cronk station, fueling station. You still have Tillman fueling. So that would be sufficient to replace the fuel in the center of the city.
For all the other activity, I'm still concerned about the traffic and the other uses. It looks like that's not the best use for that land, making that for a fueling station.
Thanks, Councilwoman. I just want to go a little bit strategic for you for a second. You'll recall we had a facility at Walter Simmons where we were going to, originally the idea was we were going to consolidate all of our assets, and that was going to be pretty far out east. When we had the opportunity, as Councilman Carlisle said, when Coca-Cola decided to make a different choice, that facility, I think it's 17 acres, became available to us. And Director Adams did a wonderful job of assessing, okay, do we do a new construction over at Walter Simmons, or do we adaptively reuse the Coke facility? And his determination was we could adaptively reuse the Coke facility, consolidate a lot of our assets in the center of the city. Remember, the fueling station at St. Jude's kind of on the western part of the city. This is a little more centrally located, and still save the city some money over a brand new build. And so the decision to vacate St. Jude was made years ago when we decided to consolidate. The decision to vacate the East Parkway facility was made long before any of you all were on council as a part of that consolidation. So we're executing the plans that the city made. The Coca-Cola facility represents, and this is not on the Liberty Park site, if you know the square that is that block.
Parking is a major issue over there. We thought
That's right.
that was going to be used for parking.
It still is. It is, yes, ma'am. It is still going to be used for parking during game days. So we're able to accommodate heavy equipment maintenance, and the fueling station, just to be clear, does not take up a significant footprint there. That's just something we have to move over. It's not a very big footprint at all on 17 acres. So we'll still have more than 1,000 parking spaces there. We'll be able to have heavy equipment maintenance, traffic signals maintenance, some of the other paint shop, sign shop, other facilities that we'll be able to locate there over time. Go ahead, Councilman.
And I'll say this, where it will be located on the grounds will be in a pass-through area in which you'll be the city operations will be able to have ingress and egress even on busy days to actually get on that facility and out of that facility. And consider this, the moves that we've made with respect to the relocation of our traffic bureau to the Raleigh area has significantly actually reallocated a lot of our resources to the northern part of the city. So a lot of that particular area in which we're servicing has moved away from the center of the city. So as far as fuel allocation, we have reallocated a lot of the traffic as far as needs. So we're not replacing a whole lot of fuel in this area, but we are going to be able to support the operations here in the center of the city. We're not bringing a lot of traffic to an area that's going to be severely congested. We will have ingress and egress to support the operations. I can assure you.
I hope so.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the information.
$6.5 million in sales. I caught $3 million for the fire. The original scope from Walter Simmons got transferred to this facility.
Correct.
I get the overbid. I'm just.
Councilman Carlisle, let's hear from Councilwoman Logan first.
Getting a little excited, but now you just deflated me. Are we doing the fueling station in Raleigh, or will this be sufficient for everyone and we won't have to do that?
You currently have a fueling station in Raleigh. You do have
you
one.
all were building some type
And
of.
And there is a vehicle maintenance station that will be going online in Raleigh as well.
Oh, so you still have to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't combine it all over here at the Coke station?
So there's going to be a vehicle maintenance station that's going to go at Hollywood, and there will be a vehicle maintenance station that's going to go at Raleigh as well.
Okay. Will it have to be the same size and scope as the initial plan, or is it going to be scaled down? Because it kind of takes away from us selling the rest of the property with the vehicle maintenance part right there. So I was hoping that maybe this would take, I'm not going to say it's going to take away from it, but you would have to do some buffers and all of that if you're going to do the residential, and that's what we're looking for. But I was hoping that this one would take the place of that, but I guess not.
I'll address that, Councilman. No,
Okay,
it's a different kind of maintenance.
Okay.
What we're proposing at the Coke facility is heavy equipment maintenance. What's proposed for the Raleigh site is, since we have two police precincts up there, the Traffic Bureau and the Austin Peace Station, all of those police cars will be serviced there. So it won't be heavy equipment. It's going to be servicing the police patrol vehicles right there so they can be put right back into service.
Okay. All right.
So
I'll reach out to you about that one.
Yeah, so what's going over at Hollywood is the fire apparatus. So what we currently have on Adams will be a larger fire apparatus maintenance shop so that we can service the larger vehicles at the fire apparatus shop, and we can service more of the fire apparatus maintenance vehicles.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle, did you want to ask a question direct?
We're out of time. I mean, I'll get with it. We're not voting on this tonight, but I understand costs are going up. I'm confused about how we disperse $6.5 million. We're having to transfer from one item to another.
I'll answer the question. I built almost $15 million worth of fire stations, and you'll see in the budget that I transferred in cash from other local sales. That was purposeful and intentional. When I built a fire headquarters and a fire station, I used the proceeds from the St. Jude sale and the proceeds of the Fire Station 1 sale to fund a portion of that construction.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I mean, I recall when we had this presented to us a little bit earlier, and as I recall, what we're doing is we're moving something from near St. Jude's, we're moving something from the park, and we're consolidating that, and it's pretty much heavy maintenance, so it won't be a lot of traffic. Is that correct? So we're bringing in large vehicles, not a significant number of vehicles, and probably we're not going to have a lot of heavy maintenance work going on Saturdays and Sundays when we have our big events at the Liberty Bowl. So I think people should just, if we remember that, I think then it begins to make sense again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, is there any other questions for Chief McGowan or Director Adams? Seeing none, may I have a roll, not a roll call. All those in favor of this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Next, we have a discussion regarding operation of the MPD towing lot. With the amount of time that we have, we're a little bit pressed for time, and thank you all for staying here. Let me just ask that we hold this. This is a discussion, and I understand that we have a representative from the industry here. We just got thrown off by an attorney-client privilege meeting, but I still want to hear both sides of this. It was brought to my attention that some of the operators are having long wait times in there. I just wanted to hear from both sides what we can do to address that particular issue. So we'll just have it on the agenda for the next meeting. Thank you for understanding. Okay, is there any other business to come before this committee? Seeing none, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, may we have a presentation? Please give your name and your position, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Brett Davis, Principal Planner with the Division of Planning and Development. This is a major modification request that was rejected by the Land Use Control Board. The developer has appealed that rejection. Some basic information: the owner is Holiday Inn, the appellant and developer is RE Investments, represented by Ms. Reeves. And what the developer is wanting to do is to build an apartment complex. This land is currently within a planned development, a development plan that was approved by the City Council that allows offices. So generally, the City Council approves planned developments, but if any changes to the conditions of that planned development are proposed in the future, the Land Use Control Board is authorized to approve changes to the conditions through the major modification process. The one exception to that is if you want to allow a more intensive use than already allowed, which would require you to apply for an amendment approvable by the council to that planned development. In this case, the applicant argued that an apartment was a less intensive use than the offices that it was currently zoned for, hence the major modification application. This is on the about 2,000 feet west of Germantown at the edge of town, south of Southwind. Here are those three parcels. Southwind is to the north. You can see the golf course there. Here's a land use map. So to the southeast in brown is a dementia care facility. Brown is for multifamily. To the northwest in pink is an office building. So those are the two developed parcels within this planned development. That office building belongs to Holiday Inn, and to the north is Southwind. To the southeast, again, further on the other side of Winchester, brown is an apartment complex. And that is a warehouse in purple to the west. Here's that planned development, an office building that was once approved on one of the three parcels but never built, and some photos of the grassy site. There's the elderly care. Here's a lake to the north, a little pond, I should say. Some private drives within the PD that have already been built out, and there is Winchester. And this is Tournament Drive. So on the eastern side of the three parcels is a sort of back entry to Southwind, a gated development in recently de-annexed land. Here is a conceptual site plan. Importantly, I will point out that what we're considering today is the use only, and if the appeal is approved, a site plan, which would include design of the buildings, design of the site, height, et cetera, would have to come back to the Land Use Control Board for a second public hearing in the future, not related to the use, but just for the site plan. Here's some conceptual images, again, non-binding, not reviewed by staff. So in conclusion, this is an appeal of the Land Use Control Board's rejection of a major modification to allow an apartment complex on these three parcels currently zoned for office and restaurant uses. The major modification would trade out restaurant for apartment as permitted uses. The site plan would be subject to a second public hearing in the future. We did receive 101 letters of opposition, almost all from Southwind, with concerns related largely to crime, traffic, noise, and drainage. The Land Use Control Board rejected this. The two major articulated reasons for this rejection were, number one, that no design documents were submitted because this was a use request and they did not feel comfortable approving the use without seeing more of a design. And number two, that in their opinion, the apartments were more intensive use than the restaurants currently allowed, so it was inappropriate for a major modification application. So really two procedural reasons in terms of how the application was filed. Staff is not issuing a recommendation because this is an appeal. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Briefly, any council members, any questions?
All the questions sent down with no
Okay.
recommendation.
If we have no questions, is it okay to send it down by approval with no recommendation for this afternoon? No objection. Okay. We're going down with no recommendation this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, the other item is number 3, where we're going to send it down this evening without any recommendation. So that concludes it. Being that's all for this Planning and Zoning Committee, it is now hereby closed.
May Beaton Canal.
Nally. Here. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Logan. Chairman Swearinger.
Present. Thank you very kindly. Corbett?
Councilman Corbett.
All right. Item 1 is a presentation from Upsmith Incorporated. All council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I received a note from our dear friend, Mr. Bryson Whitney, asking for an opportunity to make a presentation for Upsmith in my committee, and obviously we were compressed for time, so I thank the chair for letting us move it to her committee. Mr. Whitney, come on forward, please.
On the mic.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Wyatt Smith. I'm the founder and CEO of Upsmith Incorporated. It's a real pleasure for us to be here today. Thank you for the invitation.
Welcome.
My name is Bryson Whitney, 2045 Clinton Avenue, Alameda, California, 94501.
Thank you very kindly.
Thank you for having me.
You all have the floor.
Thank you very much. Our company is focused on combating the skilled worker shortage in our country. We would define that as the gaps that exist around qualifying talent to take on credentialed work. And it's a massive challenge for the United States. We have 1.3 million open positions across the U.S. and U.S. construction and manufacturing alone. It's going to triple by 2030, and it's really hurting employers across our country. That's definitely true here in West Tennessee and in Memphis as well. And so we're very focused on creating high dignity, high purpose, high paid careers for talent. And we think there's a massive opportunity here in Tennessee to be able to start that as a proving ground for our country. So we're grateful to be partnered with the Tennessee Associated Builders and Contractors chapter here in Memphis. We're working to stand up a boot camp that will help qualify electrician apprentices in as little as 8 weeks for $20 an hour jobs as a starting pay that will increase from there. And these are paid apprenticeships. Students will learn as they're training, and they'll have the opportunity to unlock a great career. So we're grateful to have the support of a lot of stakeholders from across the community. We wanted to come today and share more about that with all of you because we're eager for the chance to serve a lot of your constituents. And I'd like to invite my colleague, Bryson, who is our community engagement leader, to share a little bit more.
Thank you, Wyatt. So we're here. I had the chance to meet with Chairwoman Swearinger and Vice Chair Jones. In a nutshell, we'd like to be thought leaders with you. We'd like to be collaborators with this body. For this to be successful, it will take a community effort that has endorsers and supporters from every area of our community. And I'd like to work with whoever is willing to allow me to do so. Specifically, if you have time for an event of any kind, we have experience formerly working with the council staff, putting on all kinds of events, job fairs, and what have you, but very interested in getting into the neighborhoods that need these opportunities the most for us to be able to pull folks into the middle class and beyond in the years ahead. And with Ford's growth here in West Tennessee coming on the way, we'd like for Memphians to be able to take advantage of those opportunities.
Thank you very kindly. I will yield it back to you, Councilman Carlisle. Are there any council members in the queue? Councilwoman Johnson, you should be recognized. The jobs that you're going to train individuals for, please.
Yes, ma'am. So the question is about the types of jobs that we'll be helping people develop careers for. Our ultimate aspiration is to help anyone develop a credential to do skilled work. It would be inclusive of jobs in construction, in manufacturing, in logistics, in healthcare. We're starting though with a very specific focus on the electrical trade and helping unlock opportunities for people as electrician apprentices. We've chosen that because in all of the sub-trades that are in the construction sector, this is often the most highly lucrative. It starts with the highest starting pay, and the slope of the line on someone's earnings as they continue being successful is really steep. So in a short amount of time, this can be a six-figure income for someone who's able to unlock lots of opportunity for themselves and for their family. Once we've proven it successful, and our starting goal is around $1.25 million of annualized wages for the candidates we serve starting this summer. We want to be able to expand. And our goal is to do that in a way with the associate builders and contractors for sure, but with other partners as well. And so we're actively looking for those employer partners to be able to expand from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
I'd like to also add, Chair, if I may, we're working with the city right now to partner on our location. And so at the moment, we're waiting to see how things work out with the lease agreement with the Coke facility. And you were there on that tour. And so part of us being here today is to also preface what may come in the days ahead. And so not only would we like to work with you all, but we're looking to work with the administration to further Mayor Strickland's mission around workforce development as well as individuals on this body.
And just for justification, that facility is the old Coca-Cola building on Hollywood.
That's right, Hollywood and Southern.
Yes, sir. Any other questions from the council members? Councilman Warren?
So I know you said you were, thank you, Madam Chair. I know you said you were working primarily for electricians, but we were hearing today how we need mechanics for our transit authority and things like that. So I assume that's sort of where you're thinking about trying to partner with the city and bring us the skilled employees that we need to fill those vacancies in our city workforce.
We would love the opportunity. Mechanics, electricians, plumbers, HVAC technicians, these are all roles that are massively important, and they're builders for our country and for this community, and we're looking to create opportunities to create those careers.
Well, that'd be good if you could help us fill those spots. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And just for the record, during that meeting, I also emphasized them encouraging us to be able to instill the African Americans being able to have jobs, also being able to enfranchise these Shelby County schools with implementing technology with those high schools and allowing them to have job opportunities after graduation. So we want you all to know that those are some other areas that we're strategically planning for to enhance employment and entrepreneurship within our communities. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very kindly for joining us. We appreciate you, and good luck in your endeavors.
We're grateful for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is an update from Council Attorney Alan Wade on hiring an energy consultant requested by Councilwoman Johnson. Attorney Wade? Yes, as Attorney Wade, can you come forward, please, with your swag? And Councilwoman Johnson, if you would please enlighten us regarding this.
Thank you so much. First of all, I was asked to sign by the
Chair to assist with identifying the new consultant that we were using for energy consultant. Basically, what we've done at this point is we have identified some job descriptions, qualifications for the individuals. We are in the process, so we're going to review those particular job descriptions, and then we will send that job description and a request to individuals that have been sent to us as recommendations. And if you have any recommendations or individuals we identify, asking them to respond along with their resume. Once we get the resume in, we will review it and make a recommendation at that point. Thank you very kindly. Are there any questions that you have for Attorney Wade? That was your Attorney Wade. Would you like to be recognized?
Heard about coaching.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, thank you very kindly. I would like to now, the item number 3, recognize Vice Chair Martavius Jones. He has some items that he would like to present before the Executive Committee. Can we get staff to assist in passing out these documents, please? Thank you very kindly.
Colleagues, what you have before you is a referendum ordinance. And if you look at page 2, it will read that no person shall be eligible to serve as a member of the Memphis City Council if the person in question has served more than 3 consecutive full 4-year terms in that office, but service prior to January 1st, 2016, not to count in determining length of service. All provisions of the charter that are inconsistent with the charter amendment are repealed. And I so move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved by Councilman Jones, Vice Chair Jones, seconded by Councilman Warren. Let's call for a vote for a favorable recommendation. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have one abstention, so this will be sent downstairs with a favorable recommendation.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes, sir.
If I might intercede. There's another item he's going to introduce, but I do want to point out that we probably do need to have it for first reading tonight so it can take its normal course. Just to give you the deadlines.
Staff, can y'all assist us?
The early voting for the August 4th, 22 county was actually a state general election is July 15, and the Election Commission has 5 days before that to publish a ballot. So we need to make sure that we have our work done before that date so that it can be published with the ballot. The Constitution requires that we complete our ordinance 60 days before the August 4th general election. Right now, if we start first reading tonight and complete it by the May 17 meeting, we will be about 79 days ahead, and it will give the Election Commission enough time, and us enough time if we have any hiccups, to complete the process. So that's why I think it's important to go ahead and get it started tonight. The caption is general enough where we can entertain amendments down the road, but right now, the important thing is to start the process.
Thank you very kindly. So this resolution will go down with the first reading. Are there any objections to that, council members?
Question.
Certainly. You're to be recognized, Councilman Morgan.
What is this? It hadn't been on the agenda, no forewarning for debate or discussion.
It's a referendum extending term limits, essentially for the anybody elected after that started their office January 1, 2016, from 2 to 3 terms, in short language.
Oh, I apologize. So I thought we've got 2.
There's a second one. He hadn't introduced the second one yet.
Okay.
The first one is the term limit.
Okay, so one question would be, obviously this has been worked on for quite a while, longer than this past Thursday. Why wasn't it on
Not true.
I just got it Friday.
I've heard rumors about it for months.
So have
Rumors
I.
is one thing, but I
So
just
have I,
got the
but
document
nobody
on
stepped
Friday.
up to the plate saying they wanted their name associated with it until I got specific instructions. I got that Thursday, completed it Friday, and you have it in your hands today.
Okay. Again, it's just been a common courtesy amongst colleagues that when there is an intent to put something on the agenda that will be discussed, just to give notice to us. We get amended agendas even the night before, and that is helpful for us to be able to discuss this in a meaningful way with context added for each side, if there are even multiple sides to an issue, to be prepared. And
I would suggest, and I told Councilman Jones this, that I think we should probably have discussion in the next executive committee meeting so you can have full bore on it.
And if I may
I'm not trying to limit anybody's perspective. I'm just trying to get the process started with an appropriate.
Correct, and there may be even a debate about whether the process should be started with a first reading tonight, because if there were an objection, then we'd have a debate on that, and then that could significantly impact the ability of this to go forward. So, again, I wish that consideration had been offered, but maybe we'll have to pull it off the agenda and discuss tonight, or we'll continue to discuss it in committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. This item we held a vote for it to be held downstairs with recommendation, and we had all recommendations with one abstention with no objection. So it will go downstairs. Councilman Jones?
Yes. Chair, thank you. The second item reads, elections for the offices of mayor and city council members shall be partisan, such that political parties may nominate candidates for the offices of mayor and city council members by using the primary election provisions of the Tennessee Election Code, or is otherwise authorized by the rules of the party. All provisions of the charter that are inconsistent with this charter amendment are repealed, and I so move.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Vice Chair Martavius Jones, seconded by Councilman Ford. Can we move this item to the table? All those in favor?
But no, we have.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Councilman Warren, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this particular item, I think, is something that I'm going to have to vote against, because I think one of the things that we have going on in our council that we're not seeing in other bodies of government is the ability to work across the aisle, because we don't have an aisle. Everybody sort of knows who's a Democrat and everybody knows who's a Republican, but we don't need to be having to vote constantly on those issues. I think it makes it easier for us to compromise. I think it makes it easier for us to hear each other's opinions than if we have to align with the strict party dogma on every vote because we've been associated as the Democrat or the Republican on the council. So I would recommend that we do not move forward with this particular ordinance, and I would like to vote against it tonight and would like a voice vote on this before we move it downstairs, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And I move for a voice vote if it's needed. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Yes.
Is there anyone else who would like to be recognized? Councilman Vice Chair Jones?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And Councilman Warren, I respectfully accept those comments, but I would add, though, that this is nothing that's not unusual across the street on the county side. And so I think that we have robust discussions in both bodies, but what this will do, and the intent of this, is to have one-on-one races for what would be city council meetings and what would be the mayor's meeting. So if we look what this will do, and because the state has outlawed, this will eliminate the need. So if we have a one-on-one election, we will eliminate the need to have runoffs for this. The 7 council members in the individual districts are subject to runoff provisions. So what this will do, this will eliminate the need to have runoff elections when you have a one race. And what this does, this says that for all county races, all council races, you will have one-on-one races. That's what the primary process will do, one-on-one races, and it'll eliminate the need to have runoff elections.
Except in primaries.
Thank you, Madam. Huh?
Except in primaries.
No, you won't have it in primaries. So it's the nomination of the Republican nominee, the Democratic nominee. What is taking place right now that our chair is under and other people who are running in the county elections right now, you have multiple people in the county mayor's race. It will be one person versus one person in that race. And then there's no need for a runoff in those elections. And that's the purpose of this.
This is a woo. I got 3 people in the queue. It's 3:22.
Right. This is what happens when we bring somebody off the floor so rapidly.
And the city council meeting, which shall begin in 8 minutes.
Right.
Councilman Carlisle, you to be recognized.
And I'll be
followed by-
quickly.
Let's go down the line.
Yes,
Carlisle,
ma'am.
Covette, Warren, Morgan.
So, first off, that would be true if it were the only option, except for you have a primary race, and now you have a whole separate election and a partisan race. So you've created an additional election, and just like the county primaries where voter turnout is extraordinarily low, and then you're moving in. So if you want to get rid of runoffs, it's simple. Bring a referendum that says we are no longer going to have runoffs in single-member district races. Period. Solve your problem. Secondly, please don't ever compare us to the county commission as it's working over there. That is the biggest expletive show I've ever seen. If you ever attended a meeting over there, it's an absolute travesty watching them govern because they get stuck in their arenas. Please go over there for a meeting. If you haven't, it's unbelievable. So if your issue is runoff elections, we'll just bring a referendum ordinance, getting rid of the runoff election provision and go to plurality for single-member district race. So you're welcome. I just solved a huge issue. I missed this first part because I was using the restroom and didn't know it was going to be on for today's agenda. So I just want to say how bush league it is to bring something so important, requiring so much thought and public input, Councilwoman Johnson always says that, the public needs time to react. And so to not even have this on the agenda, and by the way, this didn't just happen this afternoon. This has been being worked on. You don't get a 2-page document like this on the fly. So it was intentional, and so I think it's shameful that even happened. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Colbert.
Thank you, Madam. No.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How the council has worked without partisanship and our ability to work together has been exceptional. We are all from different backgrounds, different everything, and we all find common ground. And the one thing that I have seen in our cousins associate group across the street is that once partisanship is entered into the fray, then lines get drawn unnecessarily. What I would also, but for the record, I object to having this held tonight. I object to it in the first place, but I just would like to formally object to it being added to the agenda this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be a second objection to the added to the agenda this evening. And also say, I've never heard anybody in the citizen of Memphis look at the city council and say, you know what, they could just get more done if we had more partisanship up there. That's really the thing that they're missing to be successful. If we could just have a little bit more partisanship like Nashville, a little bit more partisanship like DC, maybe Memphis, politics would be going in the right direction. Again, these are some raw thoughts and emotions because of the lack of ability to prepare to know that these were coming. I objected to being on the agenda tonight, and I hope my colleagues feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Ford?
Is it crucial to put something on tonight, or can we hold this for 2 weeks? Since everybody's saying that they don't know anything about it, okay?
Beyond the first June meeting,
okay.
That's your drop dead deadline.
Okay, so we got a little time.
And technically, if you have 2 objections, it rolls to the next meeting anyway.
Anyway, okay.
Unless you suspend the rules and
we can bring it back.
Councilman Warren?
After what Councilman Wade said, I don't need to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Jones?
One thing I would add, colleagues, is that by this being an ordinance, we will have 3 opportunities to read this. So all of the debates, whether we hear tonight, whether we start hearing it in 2 weeks, it's not like this is a resolution. We take it up and it's a done deal tonight. So we can, whether we still have the right to, in committee, to hear this, to debate this, to discuss this. So this is not we can't have it on first reading tonight because this is the final vote on it. This is an ordinance, meaning that we will have opportunities to address this in any meeting that we so choose. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I believe we had that argument about residency.
Thank you very kindly. Attorney Wade, with there being 2 objections, does that prohibit us from taking it downstairs tonight?
yes.
Unless we suspend the
you
rules
suspend the rules.
to do so.
Okay, so
One quick question. I'll have a question. I'll tell you what, on the record for the people, did the sponsor come up with this idea today, or would he have had time to have this placed on the agenda for public consumption because it was an idea that he's had for months and just waited until last minute on purpose?
Hold on. Okay, let's go with the 2 objections. The objections was Councilman Carlisle, correct? Okay, Colbert. Carlisle and Colbert. Those are the 2 objections. We don't need 3.
I didn't object to it.
Okay, so it was Colbert and Morgan. Got you. Thank you so much for that clarification. All right, so we have 2 objections for it to not go downstairs. Is there?
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the rules to have this item on first reading tonight.
You do that during main council. What we do, right now is we're voting on the ordinance to send it downstairs.
Let's hope before you come out, we're going to refer to council.
You can make that motion downstairs and seek to add it by suspending the rules.
Okay. This item has been objected by Councilman Covet, seconded by Councilman Morgan. So we will cross that bridge when we get to it downstairs.
Let me clarify one other thing.
Certainly.
Under our rules, if two people object, it does not go down the same night. If someone moves to suspend the rules, they can add it the same night. If that fails, it is automatically on the next meeting's agenda.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Well received. That brings us to the whole. Items 8 will be held until May 24th. Item 11 has been withdrawn. We have 2 add-on items for this afternoon. 32, a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 22 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Ford request the same night minutes. Item number 33, resolution amending fiscal year 22 general fund operating budgets for park divisions. All council districts sponsored by administration request for same night minutes. Our same night minute items will be 16, 17, 18, 32, and 33. I'll repeat, item 8 will be held until May 24th. Item 11 has been withdrawn. Our add-on items 32 and 33. See no further business before this committee. We are adjourned and see you.